Hi everybody, Chris here, and welcome to this video walkthrough where we're going to complete a VBA task. We're going to try to automate a whole process using VBA, in the process saving a huge amount of time. So make sure you download the download files and work along with me. There's 2 or 3 files to download. Firstly, there's the demonstration file. This is this file here. You've also got the source data file, which looks something like this. And then I'd really recommend downloading the briefing, which is this file here. Now I've created a briefing that is in many ways similar to the kind of projects that I work on day to day, because I'm doing this in my day-to-day work, automating processes using VBA for organizations, saving them a huge amount of time. That's essentially what Tiger Spreadsheet Solutions does. And this briefing, yes, in some parts, it's simplistic and it's somewhat contrived. That our customer is my long-suffering dog, Luna, who's working as an analyst for the Doggy Football League. So I won't go through it in detail here. You can go through and download it. But the idea is it's a simulation of, a client situation, a real-world organizational situation that professionals across the world are dealing with all the time. And no doubt having trouble, getting Excel to work and looking for a better way. And the truth is, with Excel VBA, you can automate this kind of manual process at the click of a button. That's what we're looking for, is a click of a button solution. We've got our main requirements itemized here, and we've even got a sample output. So this is what we're looking to get to. You can see we've got some data on a sheet. It's from our source data file. We've put it into a nice format and we've converted it to a PDF. All of this can be done at the click of a button using Excel VBA. We're going to try to get there over the course of the next hour or two. So specifically, what Luna wants to be able to do is create a report for upcoming fixtures. So in this area, we're assuming, or it says in the briefing, there's 4 fixtures per month. So she wants to be able to put the names of the teams that Flatcoat Retriever FC, that's the name of Luna's team, that's the name of Luna's team. She wants to be able to put the teams that they're playing into these cells, and then for that report that we just looked at, for that report to be generated for each team. So we need one report for each team. This report is for Poodle, and that report is going to go into the source file and find the games against that team. So for example, there's Beagle here, although that's not a Flatcoat Retriever game. Let's find a Flatcoat Retriever game. You can see the on row 7 here, the third entry in the data set. This is a Flatcoat Retriever away game. So if they were playing Jack Russell away, they'd want to go back to the 2021 season. We can see this is 2021. We've also got 2022 and 2023, and just take that fixture and record the basic information about that fixture into here. So you can see we want to look at the historic fixtures 2021, 2022, 2023, and we also want to factor in, are we playing home or away? So you can see there's only one result for each season. It's specifically the home or away fixture. That's why in this area we want to be able to type in home or away there. Right, so we're going to work through this step by step, and this is a very common setup that we have in Excel VBA projects when we're automating processes. You can see we've got a generator sheet here, so we've got a sheet in the file to control that VBA process, for example, by inputting different team names, and we've got a template. Now the template sheet, we've pre-formatted our report here. This is what we can do with VBA. You can take a sheet, pre-format it, and then we're going to use VBA to write the data for the different opposition teams to these cells. This is the idea. Now, of course, we could do the formatting as well using VBA, but we're going to assume that the formatting is going to be the same each time. So we can go for this kind of pre-formatted template approach. But overall, this file, and it says in the briefing, it uses the term a master file. So we've got a master file. This Excel file contains the code, it contains the various controls that we're using to control what's going on, and it's a file that can just live on somebody's desktop. It's a very common setup to have, and then that file is going to interact with data files that are downloaded. It says in the briefing, Luna's going to download a file from some other system. So every time she wants to work with a different Excel file. So that would be a good place to start, actually. How can we get our master file, which is this file here, to kind of talk to our source data file? This would be a good starting point, right? So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do that in the VBA editor. So if you can't see the developer tab, you can just go to the channel, and I would go for the Excel VBA building blocks series, Excel VBA building blocks, absolute beginner series. That shows you how to get set up for VBA. It's not a big deal. There's a couple of things you need to do. You need to be able to view the developer tab, by the way. You do need to be able to view the developer tab in order to access the Visual Basic Editor, for example. So the Visual Basic Editor is where VBA lives. It's where we write the code, where we test the code. We can even trigger the routines from the VBA editor. Just a couple of things to note here. You've got three main areas in the VBA editor. You've got what's called the Project Explorer. So here you'll see all of the Excel files that are currently open. Now we need 2 Excel files because there's multiple files involved in our process. However, I always recommend closing down any Excel files that are not involved in what you're doing at this point, because this area can get very confusing and you can have a situation where you're writing code into the wrong file. You may close that file, which would mean you'd lose all of the code. It's a painful experience. It's happened to me so many times. So try to minimize the number of files open and just be aware of where you're writing the code. So for example, if I double click into the programmer module, which is in this workbook, I can see the name of the workbook here, 7 things you can only do in Excel VBA. So this code is living in this workbook. So I don't want to be putting the code into our source data workbook because we've got this idea of a master file. We want to be putting that code into the master file. So we've got a programmer module. Here we can see the code in the module. What's a module? It's just a place to store VBA code. And there's some good practice here. Some good practice to bear in mind. One thing is it's good to group together macros, VBA routines that are doing similar things, that play a similar role. Group them together in a module and then give the module a name. So here the module is called Programmer. Usually in my VBA projects, I have a module called Programmer. It's for programmer use. So I do things like code that I'm testing, snippets of code that I've taken from other files, I'll store in that programmer area. The code's not doing anything really useful. It's just code that's being stored for testing and for usage elsewhere potentially. So let's create another module, because what we're doing is not just related to the programmer now, it's related to actually creating value for the customer and doing some kind of function. So I usually have a module named Programmer. I've just put a module into the file. So insert a module, being very aware, where has that module gone? Has it gone into the correct file? Yes, this is the 7 things file. This is the file that we're working with. And the name of the module is important here. So I'm going to call this functionality, because what code is going to live here? It's the main functions in the file. So really the most important stuff. So let's go ahead at the top of the VBA editor here. We always say Option Explicit. This is just the best practice thing really, but it means that before Excel tries to run any code, it's going to check for simple spelling mistakes. This is a simplistic definition, but it's the best way to understand it. It's going to check for simple spelling mistakes in variable names. We're going to be working with variables. So if you get one letter wrong, it could have, disastrous consequences potentially. So Excel checks that if you type in Option Explicit first, could potentially save you a huge amount of time. Okay, let's go ahead and start a macro. So to start a macro, we say sub, which stands for subroutine. A subroutine is a macro. A macro is just a small computer program that does something in Excel or in the Office suite of tools. It doesn't have to be Excel, of course. In the program module, you would have spotted I've put some email code in there. That's because VBA can interact with PowerPoint and Outlook, and one of our requirements is that to actually email this report. It's just a small computer program that does something in Excel or in one of the Office apps or programs. So sub, let's just say, I'm just going to call this file test. Okay, so we've given our macro a name, And when we name a macro, it has to be a single word. So I've put that underscore in there and called it file test. Also giving it an informative name, so I can see from the macro, from the name of the macro rather, what the macro actually does. Now, what we want to do is get the two files talking to each other. So this file is called DFL source data, DFL source data. So the best idea here is to, let's give Luna the option of changing that source file name, because we know every month she has new source data coming down. So we want to be thinking about flexibility here. We don't want to build the VBA project in a way that it only works once. We want to build it in a sustainable way. It keeps working forever, really. You know, we've got customers for 7, 8, 9 years now who've been working on very similar files because we build them with flexibility in that sustainable way. So I'm going to say file name here. Now, the purpose of this cell here is to input the name of the file that we want VBA to interact with. So what's the name of the file? It is already forgotten. It's DFL source data. So I'm going to type in DFL source data here. Okay, little bit of formatting here. I'm just going to steal some existing formatting. So Control C, Control Alt V and T on the Windows PC. And then let's steal this formatting here. So Control C, Control Alt V and T on the Windows PC, and Alt H O W. And let's go for 20 here, just to give us the right column width there to actually be able to view the name of the source data file. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about how everything looks. You can obviously take the time to get everything looking perfect for Luna, because she's sat right here at my feet. You know, she does take care of her appearance. She's a good looking dog. She's got this coat, it needs combing, and so I think she would actually appreciate that. But seriously, it's user friendly, it's making your file easy to use. That's a good thing. So we need to get this file name that's typed into the cell. We want to get that into the VBA editor. Now you can see how I'm displaying these windows. I'm holding down the Windows key and using the left arrow and the right arrow to get this display. It's really important when you're using VBA to be able to see the Excel file and the VBA editor at the same time. It's great if you've got multiple screens, Excel on one screen, VBA on another. But I do a lot of my work on a little 13-inch laptop when I'm moving around. And this is a great setup. It works fine. So I can see Excel and VBA at the same time, holding down the Windows key and then left or right. And of course, there'll be Mac equivalents for that. So we're going to go ahead and declare a variable here. So I'm going to say I'm going to say source name as string. Okay, there we go. So we're jumping straight into the programming here. You know, I'm not going for an absolute beginner approach here. We do have absolute beginner videos on the channel and in our member community. We're going at more kind of beginner, post-beginner level here. So if you're struggling, you can go back to some of our absolute beginner videos on the YouTube channel. But a variable is a place to store information, some information that is going to be useful to our VBA routine. So it's going to help us automate this process. The specific information that we want to store is the name of the source file, because clearly we're going to be referencing that file a lot. And when you use this language here, we're doing what we call declaring a variable. And all that means is, in practice, is Excel creates a little bit of memory in the background on the computer, calls it source name, and prepares it for a particular type of data. And in this case, it's a string, so it's text data. So that little piece of memory is ready. There's a slot for that variable. We can store information there. That's what we're going to go ahead and do. So we need to get this value, Alt-HOW3 here. We need to get the value from cell E5 into this variable. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's an A equals B operation. So A equals B, A takes on the value of B. Let's go ahead and make a note here. A equals B operation. And you can see I'm going to be using annotations or comments as I go through. And I do recommend you do this, of course, because it's going to help you understand the VBA in your own language. And when you come back to VBA later, as I do all the time on my projects, then you're going to really appreciate that. So just use it on, just use not an underscore, that's an inverted comma. Use an inverted comma, and that's going to turn the text into a comment. So VBA will ignore that when it executes the routine. So it's great for making notes, annotations, making sense of the code. So source statement, I'm going to say this workbook first. So what does this workbook mean, and why are we using this workbook in this case? Well, this workbook with a K, of course, this workbook means the workbook in which this code lives. So you can see we're in the 7 things file, and I'm making sure we're in that module. I can see it highlighted there. So this workbook is a way of saying to Excel, I'm talking about the workbook that the code lives in. That's important because we're going to have multiple workbooks open when we're running this process. So we want to make sure that we're working with the correct workbook. So this workbook dot sheets, and then what's the name of the sheet? The name of the sheet is generator. Okay, and then range is E5 in this case. Now, for this kind of cell, it's kind of an important cell. It's important for this process, isn't it? And we've got our assumptions down here as well. So we're going to assume there's no structural changes to the generator sheet. To the generator sheet here. Okay, so we just did a big jump there. So what's that all about? Well, we've got to write down some assumptions here. So assumptions are the boundaries that we're working with. And in this case, what we're saying is our customer can't make structural changes to the generator sheet. So you can't add rows and columns, for example. Now, I find that works. In the real world, once your customer sees the benefits of VBA, they're very happy to work with a degree of discipline and to work within certain constraints. You know, you can't add rows and columns to the file. People are happy to work with that once they see the benefits of VBA. But you've got to communicate that, and you've got to make sure you remember what's going on yourself. That's why we write them down as assumptions. We're going to write down the assumptions as we go through this VBA task. What I would also recommend doing, yes, definitely we want to write down those assumptions. For important cells in the coding, I'd recommend giving those cells a name, making them a named range. And that means if rows and columns are added, which might happen, who knows, inadvertently, or you might need to restructure something later, the code is still going to work because that named range is going to move down. If a row is added above, the named range will move across if a column is added to the left of it. So let's call it, I'm going to call it G source data here. Now we're using our named range naming convention that we have here at Tiger, which is the named range. The first letter is the first letter of the sheet that the named range is on, and that just, when we're looking at all of the named ranges, that gives us a sense immediately of where the named range is in the file. Going to hit enter there, and you can see it says G source data in the name box. That's a good sign. I'm going to go Alt M N on the Windows PC just to make sure that name has been created. I use the shorthand technique to create that name using the name box. You can also go to new via the name manager. That will allow you to create the name, so I can confirm that that name exists. And if you want to access the name manager, I did Alt M for Mike, N for Nigel on the Windows PC. You can also go to formulas and name manager on the Windows PC to access the name manager there. Okay, so now we can use that named range name, which is G source data. There we go. Now that should do it for us. Now, what I'm going to do during this demonstration, you can see I'm a little bit short of space. So I'm going to use this space and underscore notation. You can see I've just put a space and an underscore in there. That's going to allow me to continue the code on the next line, because that means I won't be doing that lateral scrolling left to right. You don't have to do that, of course. It's just for the purposes of this demonstration. So we've got a space and an underscore there. That allows me to continue the code on the next line. We can say dot value for completeness, but value is the default property of a cell. So if you didn't say dot value X, that would automatically think you're talking about the value there. Okay, so we've got some VBA code. We're getting going with our task finally. I always go on too much at the beginning of these tasks. I know, hopefully you've been skipping through this video. But we are getting started, so we've got to think about testing. Yeah, we've only got one line of code really. Already we're thinking about testing. That's because we test as we go through. We don't leave all of the testing to the end. Test as we go through, gradually build confidence and pick up those little mistakes that are bound to happen as we go through the task. So you can go to debug and step into, or you can hit the F8 key on the Windows PC. That's going to put the VBA editor into break mode. I can see at the top of the VBA editor, it says break. So Excel is, the VBA editor is in break mode. It's kind of in testing mode. It's like having your bonnet or your hood open on your car. You're in the engine doing something. So I'm going to go ahead, hit the F8 key. That's going to allow me to step through the code. This is an incredible debugging facility available in the VBA editor. So when the line of code is highlighted, that means the line of code hasn't yet run. So we can look at Excel, execute the code, and understand very clearly what the code is actually doing in the spreadsheet. An incredibly useful, practical way. I use it all the time to understand what VBA is doing. Now, in this case, because we're using a variable, a more abstract thing, something in Excel's memory, nothing's actually going to happen in the spreadsheet, but it will allow us to understand how this A equals B operation is working. So this line of code is highlighted. It hasn't been executed yet. I'm going to hit the F8 key. That line of code has now been executed. Now just hover the cursor over source name, and Excel's going to externalize the value in that variable. And we can see that DFL source data value, we've managed to get it from the spreadsheet into the variable, and variables are portable. We can use them anywhere in the VBA editor. This is an important step we've managed to make. We're in a situation now where we can reference that source data and not do it in a static way. We haven't put the name of the file in the VBA editor. We've given Luna, given your customer or you, whoever's going to use the file, the option to change that source, that data file name. And I find this is a big advantage of VBA. I've seen this situation a lot because we're talking here about transferring data from one file to another, and people would say you can use Power Query to do that, and absolutely in certain situations you could use Power Query to do that. But one situation that I've found problematic with Power Query is where you want to get the data from different files. You know, for example, you've got a different file coming every month, every week, every day, and you want Power Query to look to do the same operation on a different file. That data link, that query, it's going to be onerous to set it up differently each time. With VBA, you'll just need to change the file name. You'll need to make the change to one cell, as long as you can assume that the structure is the same in the different files. We are making that assumption. Then VBA is going to get the job done for you at the click of a button. Let's go ahead and write that assumption down. The structure of the data source file is the same each time. Okay, good. And there'll be more assumptions going in here as we work through this task. Good. So we've managed to get into the VBA editor, just orientated ourselves there, done something very easy, fairly straightforward, not easy, fairly straightforward, but not really doing anything yet. So let's get into our tasks. You can see I've listed the tasks here. And let's start ticking them off one by one, and hopefully we'll get this done in the next couple of hours. Yes, VBA does take a long time to set up. It takes a long time to learn, of course, but it's just so impactful. Even this task, a fairly simple task, we're going to save so much time potentially. It's a great illustration of the power of VBA, and I just made a comparison to Power Query. It's not on the same level as Power Query. It's on a higher order of magnitude. Hopefully you're going to feel that over the next couple of hours. So what are we looking to get to? Well, always have the end in mind when you're doing some kind of VBA project. We're looking to get to this. In order to get there, we're going to use the template sheet we discussed at the beginning of this video. We're going to use the template sheet, and then for each fixture, which is noted here, we're going to get the data for that fixture into the template file. And we're then going to copy that template file multiple times to allow us to get those PDFs, because one of the requirements is there's one worksheet per team. So this is the basic idea: data into the template sheet and then copy the template sheet and then use that copied sheet to create that PDF. So this is the idea. So something we're clearly going to have to do is to create multiple worksheets. And this is something, the original video is 7 things you can only do with VBA. This is something, as we go through these tasks, I'm going to talk about possible alternatives. I just mentioned Power Query. I don't know another facility in Excel that's going to automatically create worksheets for you. So it looks like you're going to be doing this manually if you're not using VBA. So it's really unique value that VBA can provide. So very important skill to learn, I would say. Right, so the basic thing we're looking to do is to copy the template sheet. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another routine here. I'm going to say copy template sheet. So it's our second macro in the file. And we've got an informative name for this macro, which is copy template sheet. Okay, and as we work through this task, you can see already we're building up a few small macros. We're going to follow what I call a modulated approach. Well, I won't go too deep into the meaning of that now, but the idea is you have lots of small routines and then you call them from a larger master routine. And that means you've got smaller chunks of code that are easier to deal with and that you can call and use potentially in different macros. So rather than having one single long macro, we follow the approach of having multiple shorter macros here. So maybe 10, 15 lines per macro. We'll see how we do anyway. So copy the template sheet. So I'm thinking about what the code is here. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure off the top of my head what my code is. What the code is in order to copy a sheet and then to put that sheet in the file. But this is a good thing about Excel VBA. Another unique feature I would say of Excel VBA is you can generate your own code by using what's called the macro recorder. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to call this copy sheet test. So I'm naming a macro. This time I'm doing it through the record macro box. When we use the macro recorder, we have to give the macro a name. Now what the macro recorder is going to do, we're going to set it off. And then whatever we do in Excel, it's just incredible, this facility. Excel is going to convert those actions to VBA and just store the VBA in the VBA editor. Seriously, how cool is that? So whatever you want to do, it's a great way to learn the code. And I say there's 3 sources of code. You either know the code, you copy the code from another file that you have, or you use the macro recorder. So organic code is code you write yourself, recycled code is code you're using in another file, and then code generated by the macro recorder. So we've got 3 sources of code there. So copy sheet test is fine. I'm going to hit OK. And now the macro recorder is running. Now it's only some subtle changes to the interface that tell us the macro recorder is running, but it's definitely running. So we now have a stop symbol in the bottom left here. And if you hit the developer tab, you can see rather than the start the macro recorder, we have the stop the macro recorder button there. It's important to note this because you don't want a situation where you forget the macro recorder's recording and you end up recording reams and reams of code. It's not going to be particularly harmful to the file or anything, but it's just something you probably generally want to avoid. So Excel's now recording in VBA what we're doing. What do I want to do? Well, I want to take the template sheet, create a copy, and then, moving that copy to the end of the file will be absolutely fine with me. And I can see I've managed to achieve that simple duplication. So now, as I said, I've got to remember to stop the macro recording. You can see that icon's changed again now. And if we go into the VBA editor, what we can see is VBA has automatically created another module. This module is called module 1. So when you record a macro, this tends to be what happens. Excel automatically creates a module and you can see that code in there. Now, in order to keep things lean and mean in the Visual Basic Editor, I'm going to cut that code, Control X on the Windows PC. I'm going to drop it here into the programmer module, because it's not code that we're necessarily using for a function yet. We're going to copy it into a function. And we said at the beginning, that's one of the roles of the programmer module, to store code that hasn't got a clear role yet, but you might use in future potentially. We can now remove module 1. So I'm going to right click there and just say remove module 1. It always gives us the option to export it. I don't want to do that, and now we're down to just 2 modules. So again, just like the testing, we do a little bit as we go along. This is just that sweeping up. It reminds me of when I used to work in Japan. I worked in a school in Japan at the beginning of my career, and at the end of the day in schools in Japan, the students clean the school. Quite a remarkable sight for somebody who's grown up in a Western education system, but the students clean the stool. It's kind of part of a Japanese philosophy that you do a little bit of cleaning all the time. You keep things nicely maintained, and that helps work. And I think that's filtered through into my work practice in some ways anyway. And yeah, so we do a little bit of cleaning up as we go along. Right, so copy template sheet. So this code that's generated by the macro recorder. So I didn't write that code. That code was automatically generated by the macro recorder. I'm going to copy that, Control C, into our subroutine that we created, and then I'm going to tab it back. So Shift tab there. That tab level, that indentation, that's also a feature. That's a best practice. That's a feature of well-written code. And I'm sure as we go through this task, we'll talk about that more. So sheets template.select sheets template.copy, copy after equals sheets 2. Okay, so this is what you usually do when you record code. You'll have often quite a few lines of code. It's a case of going through, and often you can do this even if you don't know that much about VBA, because it's quite an intuitive language. It's a descriptive language, which means you can understand from VBA roughly what it's doing, even if you're not a computer programmer. I still don't consider myself a computer programmer. I consider myself, somebody who tries to help people, via the medium of Excel. And that's one reason I got into VBA, because it's accessible in the sense that you can kind of understand what's going on. So this line of code, sheets template.copy, copy after sheets 2. Okay, so I'm going to experiment again. How do we test an experiment in the VBA editor? Using debug. So let's go to debug and step into, just keep an eye down here. As we run this routine, I'm going to hit the F8 key on the Windows PC, stepping through the routine. Did you see suddenly we've got a new sheet being generated there? Let's do that one more time. I'm just going to play the routine, hitting the play button this time. And you can see we're generating sheets in the file. Pretty cool. So we've written some code, used the macro recorder. Now we're testing it, experimenting with it, playing with it in order to build our understanding of the VBA code. Yes, play. Play is so important when you're learning VBA. Hope you're having a good time. I love putting these tutorials together. But I am getting concerned about just how long this is going to take. I scheduled 2 hours to do this. I'm going to have to get going, aren't I? Anyway, I hope you're getting some value out of these little explanations I'm giving you. Let me know in the comments what you think, of course. Okay. So we've flagged up a problem, which is going to be, as we run this process of generating these reports, sheets are going to accumulate in the file. So we're also going to need a routine. I'm going to say sub clear out. Let's just say delete, actually. I'm going to say delete report sheets. Because you can see we've got sheets accumulating in the file. We've already said we want a lean and mean approach. So when we run this routine to generate the reports, we're going to delete the existing report sheets, which will give Luna only the reports that she's asking for. In other words, only the reports that she's specified here on the generator sheet. So that's just looking ahead a bit. We won't put that code in now, but we will put that code in after we've done this code here. So sheets template copy, copy after sheets 2. So what this code is doing when it runs, it puts a new sheet in after the second sheet in the file. So that 2, this is the sheet index number, and we'll actually use this when we delete sheets in the file. So that 2 means after the second sheet in the file. So when these sheets are coming in, you can see they're going in after the template sheet, which you can see is the second sheet in the file. Is that what we want? Well, not quite. Not quite. I'm gonna change this to sheets.count, I think it is. Okay. So we've taken what we call a static value. When you see a number, we just had the number 2, or a range A1 for example, in the VBA editor, you'd call that a hard-coded reference, because in order to change that value, you'd have to go into the VBA editor to change it. Not particularly convenient. So we want to minimize use of those hard-coded values and something more dynamic. So this line of code is going to count the number of sheets in the file, and that means that the template sheet is always going to be copied to the end of the file, because this sheets.count syntax, that's going to increase by 1 for every sheet that we add to the file. Pretty cool. So let's see if we can confirm this. I'm just going to delete these sheets manually. We're going to automate this process in a second. So right-clicking on the sheet name, just deleting these sheets. And let's go back to the VBA editor here, and let's just run this routine. I'm going to hit play. You can see we've got the template sheet being duplicated. And then our next sheet, which is going to be template 3, this should appear after that template 2 sheet. It should appear as the last sheet in the file, and we can see our sheet appearing there. So pretty cool. We've managed to copy the template sheet. Right. Now let's deal with deleting the sheets from the file, deleting those excess sheets. Let's get a bit ahead of the game. Let's go ahead and deal with this now. Now this is going to be a pretty cool routine, because we're going to learn some advanced VBA techniques, and probably the most powerful VBA technique that's out there, which is a loop. A loop. So what's a loop? What's the concept? A loop in computer programming generally, and of course in VBA, is repeating the same action any number of times. Repeating the same action any number of times. Sounds like it might be useful for us, because we want to repeat an action a certain number of times. We want to delete sheets in the file. Now there's different kinds of syntax for loops in Excel VBA. There's 3 main types of syntax. There's 3 loop types. The loop that we're going to use is called a for next. It's called a for each loop. So let's just go ahead and try the syntax here. Now to get this working, we do need a variable. We've already worked with a variable in our first routine. The role of this variable is slightly different. It's called an object variable. It allows us to loop through a collection of objects in Excel. Suddenly got terribly technical, hasn't it? Terrible. It allows us to loop through a collection of objects. Just briefly, let's talk about objects and collections. Excel is organized into collections of objects. For example, the Worksheets collection in the file. There's a number of worksheets in the file. They're the Worksheets collection. Open files, a number of files open, that's called the files collection, so you could loop through all of the open files. Cells in a range, you can use that as a collection. Charts on a worksheet, buttons on a worksheet, any number of collections out there. Well, there's not any number, but there's many useful collections that we can use. The collection that we're interested in, of course, is the Worksheets collection. So we're going to declare an object variable, dim Chris sheet as worksheet, and this allows us to access and to use that worksheet collection. Now, I always find this difficult to understand, this variable declaration. So I would say just go with it. It's a very abstract thing, even more abstract than declaring our string variable up here, but it makes the magic happen. It makes that loop work. And I know that's a bit frustrating, just being told to go with it. As you build up your experience of VBA, you will get a better sense for what's going on with this kind of object variable declaration. Then we have a specific formulation for a for each loop. That's the same formulation regardless of which collection we're working with. So incredibly powerful syntax that we're working with here with any number of applications in your VBA practice. So we say for each Chris sheet, so for each object variable in a collection. And the name of the collection is, we're going to say this workbook. We spoke about this workbook earlier in the demonstration, this workbook.sheets. This is the name of the sheets collection that we want to work with. So for each, and then next Chris sheet at the bottom. So when we're getting into variables, clearly things have got quite difficult quite quickly, haven't they? But just remember this specific formulation for a for each loop. And I said there's 3 loop types. Just this one loop type of for each loop, it will allow you to get 95% of jobs that you want to do with loops done in Excel. Specific formulation, declare an object variable. We're working with worksheets, so we've gone for worksheet. It could be a cell, it could be a file, it could be a chart, it could be something else. And then the name of the object variable in the collection. And that could be a range of cells that you're working with. It could be the charts. In this case, it's the worksheets. And then next object variable. So that formulation is the same for many, many different applications of the for each loop. So hopefully that's all the abstract stuff done, the syntax, the technical stuff. Let's get into the practical value here. What's it actually doing? And to understand what's going on, I'm just going to say message box here. I often use message boxes to test VBA code. So I'm going to say message box chrissheet.name. So what's going to happen here? Let's go ahead, hit the F8 key, and let's see what's going on. We're going to feel the power of loops. Remember, a loop repeats a particular action, and because we're using a for each loop, this loop is going to do something to each worksheet in the file. Hopefully you're getting this concept. Do something to each worksheet in the file, do something to each object in a collection. So, going to hit the F8 key, and can you guess, stop the video, what's going to display in the message box? We've got the name of our object variable, and then the property which is something about the object that's interesting. You might want to harness, for example, the value in a cell. In this case, the name of the worksheet. You're going to hit the F8 key, and you can see generator flashing up there. Now, I'm going to hit F8 again. It's going to take me to the next line of code. So where's the code going to go now? Well, you might say, Chris, that's easy. It's going to just go to the next line below, which is end sub. But that's not how this is working, of course, because it's a loop. We're going to go back to the top of the loop. Excel doesn't go to this specific line, but it does go to the code within the loop. And you can see template there, the second sheet in the file. There's no sheep in this file, only dogs. And you can see it's working through template 3 is the last sheet in the file. And then, and only then, do we exit the loop, because we've looped through all of the objects in the collection. In this case, all of the worksheets in the file. Pretty cool. So we don't want to just flash up the name of the sheet in the message box. We want to delete the sheet, of course. Okay. So we're going to say chrissheet.delete, but crucially here, now just be careful here, don't run this routine, because this would try to delete all of the sheets in the file. We don't want to delete all of the sheets in the file. We only want to delete, and we've got to be clear conceptually how we're thinking about this. I often write things down. I always have my notebook nearby. I often write things down when I'm doing VBA to make the concept clear to me. Or I walk around the kitchen or the office just speaking it out, getting it absolutely clear. So the concept is that if the sheet is, if it's the third sheet in the file or more, it's going to be one of those result templates, one of those report sheets generated from the result template. We just want to clear it out. We want to delete it. So that's the specific logic we want to articulate here. If the sheet is the third sheet in the file or more. So how could we do that? Well, can you remember what we did up here? We had a sneak peek of this syntax. So we can put a sheet number in here, and that's called an index number. So the first sheet in the file you can reference as sheets 1, the second sheet as sheets 2. So we can then say to Excel, use what's called a conditional statement, and we can say if, I'm not sure if this is going to work. We're going to see. If chrissheet.index, is that possible? We're going to see. And if not, I'm going to have to work with it. A key skill in VBA is that negative capability. When things go wrong, are you able to deal with it? We'll see. So I'm going to say if chrissheet.index is more than 2, then chrissheet.delete. So does this syntax work? I'm not absolutely sure. We're going to see. So what's going to happen here? Well, when Excel loops through the sheets, Excel's going to check the sheet's index number. The first sheet in the file is index 1, second is index 2, and so on. Is the index number more than 2? In other words, is it the third sheet in the file or the fourth sheet or more than that? Then it should delete the sheet. let's see what happens. Now, before I do this, I'm going to save the file. I'm going to hit the F12 key, and I'm going to save this as file end. So as you go through your VBA task, save your file periodically. You know, you might have the autosave switched on. I tend to switch that off because I want to control the file name. But when I'm working through a VBA task, maybe every 15 minutes, hit that F12 key and I'll just save it under a new file name. So backing up the files as we go along, because when we're using VBA, it is possible, for example, to get into an interminable loop, a loop that never ends. And that would mean you might just have to go ahead and close the file. You might not have the opportunity to save it. Another thing you can do is save the file, Control S, before you run any VBA routines. Once you want to run a VBA routine, you lose the undo facility. So we can't undo a VBA routine. So we need some discipline around saving, backing up files, and just getting into that habit, Control S, save the file before you run a VBA routine. Right, genuinely not sure what's going to happen there. So I'm going to hit the F8 key. It does seem to work. Now, what happened there? Well, the first sheet in the file is the generator sheet, so the index is 1. So Excel didn't execute this code, the actions in the conditional statement. Excel didn't do it. We're now on the second sheet. Excel doesn't do it. But what's going to happen now? The condition that we've set out, that the sheet index is more than 2, and we can see if we hover over the code there. Isn't that cool in the VBA editor? Hover over the code and you can see how VBA is working. You can externalize the value of variables and things like that. And in this case, we can see the sheet index number. So that condition is the index more than 2. It's now satisfied. So where is the code going to go? It's going to go ahead and execute this line of code, chrissheet.delete. So what's going to happen in the file? Well, I think template 2 sheet, your days are numbered, and you can see it's now been deleted. So we've only got template 3 now. Going to hit the F8 key and delete it. And you can see we've managed to create a routine that's going to delete sheets, but only certain sheets in the file. That's our conditional statement there. Now, we did get that alert flashing up, didn't we? Are you sure you want to do this, that confirmation? No, you might want to retain that, you know, to really reinforce the idea that those sheets are being deleted. But you probably want to get rid of that. So you can do that by saying, I believe it's application.displayalerts. That's it. Hit the tab key here, equals false. Again, this does come with some risk. So this will switch off, for example, your would you like to save the file confirmation. When you close a file, it's gonna switch it off. So make sure, I've just copied it down here, you switch it back on. And also be aware, if you step into this routine and only run half of the routine, then and don't get to this line, then alerts are going to be switched off. Yeah, because you haven't asked Excel to switch them back on. If you started this routine and there is an error and the routine didn't complete, so it never got to this line of code, then alerts are going to be switched off. So you've got to be working at a slightly higher level of awareness when we're working with VBA. That's the kind of thing we've got to look out for. Right. So if I run this routine now, I'm going to hit the F5 key. Hitting F5 is just going to run the routine. That's not going to do much because why hasn't it done anything? Because I've only got 2 sheets in the file. So Excel's not going to get to this line of code, so it's not going to do the deletion. But I can now run this routine, just clicking into this routine, hitting the F5 key. We can see the sheet has been copied. Now we want to get rid of that sheet, hit the F5 key again, clicking into the delete routine, hitting the F5 key, and the sheet's deleted. So just take the time to play. You know, throw a few sheets into the file, throw 10 sheets into the file if you want, just hitting the F5 key, feeling the power of VBA here, and then once again, delete those sheets. That's how easy it is, guys. And we're just beginning to taste the power of VBA, and that's a very specific task. Well, it's not that specific though, is it? It's quite a general task, a very common task, really. Creating sheets, copying sheets, and then deleting sheets in files. You can only do that with VBA. For me, that's a unique contribution that VBA is giving us. Okay, so we've copied the template sheets. Well, when we're copying that template sheet, we want to think about getting more specific here. So clearly we don't want to tell Luna. I mean, Luna's only got paws anyway, hasn't she? She hasn't even got hands. So we don't want her doing too many mouse clicks. So rather than putting a button in the file to run this routine, which we could do, which might be useful in certain situations. We want to be more specific than that and create a more powerful routine. We want to loop through all of these cells and create a sheet for each cell, duplicate that template sheet for each cell, and give the sheet a name. Yeah, give the sheet a name. Currently, when we're doing our duplication here, the sheet is called template 2. That's not very useful, is it? So, for example, this sheet, we'd want it to be called Greyhound, because Greyhound is the first team that we're playing against here. And just something for us to think about, thinking about this template sheet. Let's go ahead and just clear out these values now. So I'm going to delete the value in this cell, and then delete the value in these cells, into those cells. That's specifically where we're going to be copying data in related to one of these specific teams. Okay. Right, so back into the VBA editor, and we want to repeat this macro really for each team in the file. Okay, copy template sheet. I'm going to say copy template sheet teams now. So I'm changing the name of the macro, yeah? But that's because the function of the macro is going to change too. So rather than creating one sheet, we want to create 1, 2, 3, 4 sheets. And we are going to make an assumption here. Well, the assumption is in the briefing, so we don't need to make it here. We're going to make the assumption that it's only 4 teams. So there's only 4 matches per month. In the real world, that's likely to vary. So you'd want to build in some flexibility here. There's various ways you can do that, and you can handle that fairly easily in Excel VBA. You'll need to start thinking about dynamic position control. We've got lots of information on the channel about more advanced topics such as dynamic position control. But we want to repeat an action. Yeah, we want to repeat an action because we want to repeat this process of copying that template sheet. Conceptually, just in conceptual land here, what does that mean? We want to repeat an action, so what's the technique that corresponds with that requirement? Well, I hope you're screaming it out at home. It is, of course, a loop. It's a loop. We've already done a loop here. So can we apply, certainly we can apply the concept of the loop. Let's try, yeah, let's use the same loop type. So a for each loop again, but this for each loop is not going to loop through worksheets in the file, is it? What's it going to loop through? And it is one of the collections I mentioned when I was giving you examples of collections that you might possibly want to use. So the collection that we want to use is a range of cells. We want to specify a range of cells. And once again, this is quite an important range. So let's give it a name. So I'm going to say G teams here. So I've selected the range. I'm going to do this the shorthand way. G teams. I'm going to hit enter here. And then I'm going to confirm in the name manager that we have created that name. And I can see that name there, G teams. And I just want to confirm in the name manager that that name has been created because I did it the shorthand way, and I can see G teams here, and it relates to B6 to B9. So this range here. So that looks absolutely fine. Good. So that gives us what we need to get started with creating a loop to create a template sheet for each of those teams. So let's go ahead. Now, yep, sure, you can just follow along with me. That's absolutely fine. But you actually have the basic concept here. Remember, you know, language is about patterns. I think that's why I love language. You know, as I said, I used to live in Japan. I learned Japanese. I've got a degree in French as well. They shouldn't ask me to actually speak French these days. I embarrass myself whenever we go to France. But it's just about patterns. Now, there's an underlying structure to a loop. Yeah, it looks like complicated syntax, but you declare a variable, and then you open the loop with for each object in a collection, then you close the loop with next object name. Yeah. So maybe rather than just following along, it's absolutely fine if you want to do that, but you could stop the video now and just, could you create a bit of a blueprint? You're not going to be able to write the whole thing, but could you put the main parts of this loop, bearing in mind we're looping through a range of cells, that's the collection we want to loop through. Would you be able to put that code together? Just begin to put that code together. Don't worry about it being perfect. It won't be perfect, but it's going to start getting you thinking about writing code organically. You know, we talked about the different sources of code. A disadvantage of loops maybe, or something we just have to live with loops, is we can't record loops in the macro recorder. Yeah, if you just do an action again and again, the macro recorder won't create a loop for you in the syntax. It will just keep recording that action. So it is something that you have to learn to write organically eventually, probably, although you can get through by recycling code from other sources, other workbooks you might have, for example, or you're very welcome to adapt any of the code that that we put on the internet. So for each object in a collection, what do we need to do? Well, we declared a variable first. So Chris cell this time as range. Now, one thing I didn't explain last time is why Chris cell. Yeah. Well, I want this variable name to be distinctive. Words like cell we can't use as variable names because Excel reserves certain words, certain language for its own use. Sheet, for example, I don't think you can use as a variable name, certainly not worksheet, because it's an object type. It's a word that Excel reserves for its own use. So by saying Chris, I'm just guaranteeing that Excel's not using that language for something else. So you could use your own name, of course, or you might come up with some other kind of naming convention. But that's what I recommend. It just guarantees that we're using language that Excel hasn't reserved for another use. So we've got an object type here. This time, we're looping through cells in the spreadsheet. We're not looping through worksheets. So rather than saying worksheet, we're going to say range. Then we're going to go ahead and duplicate the pattern. So the blueprint, the underlying structure is going to be the same. So for each object name in a collection, so it's this workbook dot sheets. What's the name of the sheet is generator. I'm just going to take the opportunity to write down an assumption here. So our assumption is the names, the worksheet names in the master file don't change, or at least the generator and template sheet names don't change. So just go ahead and take the time to write that assumption down. Let's bring the VBA editor back in here. Okay, this workbook.sheets generator, I'm going to use space and underscore here to continue the same line of code on a new line. Dot range, then what was the name of our named range? Already forgotten, it's G teams. And there we go. So declare the variable, open the loop for each object in a collection. And then what's the end of our blueprint? This blueprint is going to be the same whenever you're using a for each loop, is next object name. So stop the video. Just see if you can write that last piece of code. So it's next object name. Well, variable name I think would be more accurate, but you know what I mean. Next Chris cell. Okay, so coming together. Now we want to test this loop. So I'm going to say message box Chris cell. And then what's a property of this object that would just allow me to test? I'm going to say address, Chris cell.address. So it's going to give me the address of the cell as we work down these cells. Remember, the loop is going to loop through each of these cells. We're going to do something useful to each of these cells. It's a for each loop. Going to hit the F8 key. So can you guess what's going to happen now? So the first cell in our range is B6, the first cell in the G team's range. So I think B6 is going to flash up. There we go, hitting F8 again. So we're working through the loop. So we'll be going up and down this code. B7, B8, and we do have the dollar signs in there. Excel putting those absolute references in. And then B9, then where do we go? Now we're going to exit the loop here. And you can see we've gone down to this next line of code, which of course copies a sheet. Okay, so we don't need to do that sheet copy now. I'm just going to run the delete routine. So I'm going to click in the delete routine and hit play just to get rid of that additional sheet that I don't want. The power of VBA, how easy is it to do that? I just saved myself about 10 mouse clicks. Oh, even 10 years, I've been doing this 10 years. It still impresses me, the power of VBA. And as I said, this is just a simple application. Once you get deep into your applications and actually doing real world jobs for yourself, your colleagues, people around you, your family, and then paying customers maybe eventually, it's just incredible. It's so satisfying, you know, for you and for your customers. So we can remove that testing code there and just drop in. I'm going to drop in sheets template.copy, copy after sheets.count. Okay. So what's going to happen now? Well, we're gradually building confidence. I think I can do a bigger test now. I think I'm going to unleash this loop, and then I'm going to try to understand what's happening here. So hopefully we should have 4 sheets, 1, 2, 3, 4, one called Greyhound, one called Great Dane, one called Poodle, and one called Beagle. That's the Doggy Football League. And these sheets should appear in the file. So click in this routine. But the sheet names, yeah, I'm anticipating what we're going to do next, but the sheet names will not be the names in here. The sheet names will just be template 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's hit F5 here. Bang. And we can see, yes, we've got the templates in the file, the template sheets in the file. That's all good. We want to clear them out. So we're going to delete the sheets, hit play here, and they've disappeared. So let's step through this routine. And what we want to do is rename those sheets. Rename those sheets. We want to do a few other things to those sheets as well, but first we want to rename those sheets. Okay, going to hit F8. So I've got to the point in the routine where we've created one sheet. Now the name of this sheet, what do I want it to be? Well, the first team that we're going to look at is Greyhound. So I want the name of the sheet to be Greyhound. So how would we do that? Well, I can see when the sheet's created, it becomes the active sheet. Is that true? I'm going to just test that. I believe when the sheet's created, it becomes the active sheet. I'm just going to reset things here. Click in this routine and delete the sheets. So what I'm looking to happen now is when the sheet's created, using the F8 key to step through the code, does it become the active sheet? And it does become the active sheet. Now that's useful for us because we can use this syntax to change the name of the sheet. So active sheet is the current active sheet. That works because when the sheet is copied in, it becomes the active sheet. What's the property that we want to change? Active sheet.name equals, I'm just going to go ahead and type something in because I don't want to do too many difficult things in one step. We've already put in that new syntax, active sheet.name. Let's not stress. Let's test that first, and then we'll look at testing something else. So we should have a sheet coming into the file. Then the name of this sheet down at the bottom should changes to Chris. You're getting excited. I'm already excited about this, man. I hope you're working along, and I hope you're feeling the power of VBA. Maybe you won't be going back to Power Query. I don't know. It's up to you. All I ask is that you understand the unique power of VBA, and just get a feel for the impact it could have on your career. Okay, so we've managed to change the name of the sheet. Tested that, working well, fantastic. But we don't want multiple sheets named Chris, do you? I think there's enough Chris's in this world. We don't want multiple Chris's hanging around. So what are we going to do? Stop the video and think about this one. When we create the sheets, we want the first one to be Greyhound, second Great Dane, third Poodle, and fourth Beagle. So what's the minor change? The minor change we can make to this syntax to make everything work. And this is going to help you understand to what extent am I actually understanding this language. Language is just patterns, it's testing, experimentation, substitution. We did all that. My daughter, who's 2, is doing all these things at the moment without any instruction at all, and she loves it most of the time, when she's not sick. So we do all of these things naturally. It's just as we become adults, we develop some kind of anxiety, some neuroses around them. But these are all things that you do intuitively. And when you get into this play zone with VBA, it's just you feel so alive, really, because I think you're reconnecting with that learning capability that you experienced most intensely when you were in childhood. What on earth am I talking about? I didn't think we'd be going this deep. Right. So have you stopped the video and thought about this? How about this? Chriscell dot value we're going to go for. What? So we're using the object variable. So remember when we first declared an object variable, I said it seems kind of abstract, doesn't it? What an object variable is, can't we just say to Excel, go through the worksheets? Well, here we're seeing the value it can provide because we can reference the cell currently being looped through. The cell currently being looped through and the value in that cell, and then use that value as the sheet name. How about that? Control S, save the file. Always before you run a macro, Control S, save the file. And let's go ahead and hit F5 here. How about that? You're loving the power of VBA. We've got 4 sheets in the file, created instantly in just a few seconds, and you can see the names of the sheets changing. How about that? Right, making good progress on this task. Looking at this template sheet, these templates, we need to start thinking now, what do we want in this area? Yes, it's great to change the sheet name. There's some more stuff we want. On the template sheet, I cleared out the data, but for example, we'd like the name of the team to appear here, and we'd like to say, is it a home or away fixture? That's one thing we want to do. We'll do that first. Then after that, it's going to get more difficult because we've got to go to our data source file, our source data file. I said this is going to take 2 hours. It might be more like 3. We'll see. We've got to go to our source data file and locate fixtures relating to not just to the team, but the team in the right location slot. Is it playing the team at home or playing the team away? We've got to go and find that fixture and then bring that fixture in, not just for 2021, also for 2022 and 2023 as well. So they're the things we've got to do. And what I'm doing now is firming up my conceptual understanding of the task, because if you don't understand the concept, if you can't talk out loud or write down what you're trying to do, VBA won't solve it for you. Excel VBA, incredibly powerful, but doesn't have any telepathic capabilities. They can't tell what you're thinking. So it's got to be absolutely clear in your head. So I'm not just including this content, to explain to you what's going on. I'm making it absolutely clear in my head what's going on, because I'm not just doing the code. I'm also dealing with the screen recording and everything else. And who knows what stress you might be dealing with next time you're working with VBA. So it's got to be crystal clear in your mind. Otherwise, you're going to have difficulties with the technical element. The conceptual understanding comes first, then you can translate that into the technical stuff. So let's deal with getting the name of the team and whether it's home or away into this cell here. Now, from what we've done so far, you can have a good go at this. I'm absolutely sure. So ActiveSheet.name equals chriscell.value. So we know that we want to do it to that newly created sheet, and we're using the ActiveSheet.name syntax to represent that newly created sheet. But it's not changing the sheet name now, is it? It's changing a value in one of the cells. So we use our range syntax here. So C6 equals so chriscell.value should work again, because we just want the team in there. At least initially, we just want the team name in there. So I'm going to go ahead, run our delete routine. Can you see the cursor flashing there? I can see the cursor flashing in that routine. So I'm just going to hit play. Bang, the power of VBA. Those sheets deleted. So I'm going to test this now. Before you do a test, always make it clear in your head. Again, the concept. what are we expecting to happen? So we're expecting the sheets to be created, we're expecting the sheets to be named, and we're expecting the name of the team to appear here in cell C6. Clicking into the routine, I can see the cursor in the routine. You could have it anywhere in the routine, the top or the bottom. I'm going to hit the play button at the top, and we can see, fantastic, we've got our teams, the team names going in with one sheet for each team. Fantastic. So what's next? Well, remember in the initial template we were given, we didn't just say Greyhound, and this is clearly an important piece of information. And once we start interacting with the other file, we're going to realize this. Not just the name of the team, but also, is it a home or away fixture? So once again, this is more difficult, I would say. You're going to have to bring in some knowledge that we haven't covered yet, but it is a favorite on the Tiger Spreadsheet Solutions YouTube channel, the specific syntax and technique that you're going to use here. So we want the team name and we want home away. Tricky one, isn't it? But what might help us? Well, we know we've got this object variable looping through these team names, and we've used the value of the object variable there to get the team name in. So could we say to Excel, you're looping through this cell, so could you get a piece of information from the cell one column to the right? Could you move away from, or offset, could you move away from the cell that we're currently looping through and get the value in the cell next door? Might that be possible? So we've got this concept of moving away from, of position control. And if you're a fan of the channel, if we're talking about position control, we are of course talking about offset. So I'm going to go ahead and put the and sign in there. What does that do? Well, the and sign concatenates because we want to bring two values together here. So chriscell.value gives us the team name. We want a very small change here, but an incredibly powerful one. We're going to use offset here, and I'm sure we'll come back to offset later. And we want to offset by 0 rows and 1 column. So that's it. So offset. We have an offset formula in Excel as well. I think very underutilized. You can use it for making dynamic ranges, all kinds of applications. Has a bad reputation for being a volatile formula, but if you use it properly, it's not going to slow down your spreadsheets too much, and you can get incredible value out of it. But offset is the concept of moving away from. So an anchor point, when we're in VBA, we specify the anchor point before our full stop or period here. So we're saying start in this cell and then move away. The first number is the number of rows down, so a positive number goes down. And the second number is the number of columns across. So a positive number goes right and a negative number goes left. So what's going to happen now? Right, I'm going to delete the sheets, hit the F5 key here. I can see there's only 2 sheets in the file. Hit the F5 key again, and you can see, yeah, not too far away. So Beagle away. Is Beagle an away fixture? Yes, it is. And then Greyhound. Greyhound should be a home fixture, and I can see home going in there. Pretty cool. So we've managed to use offset, and we've done a concatenation. You can see it's not quite right, is it? We don't want the team name and the home or away word to be concatenated into a single word. It would be much more elegant to use a hyphen perhaps. So just try this. So this should give us a hyphen, the team name, a hyphen, and whether it's a home or away fixture. And what do I need here? Yes, I need another and sign. So you can see we've got 2 and signs there, 2 ampersands. These ampersands, they link together text strings. They link together pieces of text. So we've got a piece of text here, chriscell.value. The and sign is linking us to our spaces and hyphens, and then the and sign again, linking us to our home or away, which of course is coming from the cell next door. We're getting there with offset, right? So F5, delete these sheets. Sheets are deleted, F5 again. And what do we get? Fantastic. So we can see the sheets being generated. Not only they're being generated with Beagle and away there. Okay, so we're generating a sheet for each team, for each of our fixtures. Now we've got to think about getting data onto this sheet, because we don't want to just generate the templates. Of course, we actually want to populate those templates. So let's just take a beat. Let's get out of technical mode. Let's get into conceptual mode, and let's get a clear idea in our heads what we're actually trying to do here. Well, firstly, we need to get into this file, and at the very beginning of this demonstration, we looked at how to reference another file using VBA, so we've done a bit of that work. So we should be able to reference this file. We're going to use some of that code. Then what do we want to do? Well, we've got 3 sheets in this file, so we're going to have to loop through the 3 sheets in the file. Now, we've already done some work with loops for each object in a collection. That is going to really help with this task as well. You can already start thinking about planning that code. And then for each sheet, we're going to have to loop down all of the fixtures and then locate the team that we're looking for. So we're going to have the concept of a target team, the target team being, if we just go back to our master file, the target team being the team, the fixture that we're currently looking at. So for example, to begin with, we'd look at Greyhound, then Great Dane, then Poodle, then Beagle. But it's not just the target team looking down a single column, because we've also got to bear in mind, is it a home fixture or is it an away fixture? So for example, Greyhound is a home fixture. So we'll be looking for the situation there where Greyhound are playing flat coat retriever at home. Now you could just put a filter on this data and actually go ahead and find that fixture. That's what we're looking to do. So it's not just finding the teams, flat coat retriever being our team and Greyhound being the first opposition. They've got to be in the right order, home or away. So that's what we're looking to do. And I always take the time, as I just did there, to talk through it conceptually, make some notes. You know, personally, I think there's no substitute for making handwritten notes. You can also make some notes in the VBA editor. I'm not going to go too deep into this in this demonstration because I'm trying to keep it as short as possible, believe it or not. But you can use these annotations, these comments, use the inverted comma and plan out in English or in your own language how the routine is going to work. Right. So with that said, we're going to create what I'm going to call a master routine. So this macro will be the macro, and just to reinforce this macro will be the macro that runs from this sheet. So what we're going to do, remember, we're creating something for our fictional, albeit fictional customer, which is to be able to click a button and for all of this stuff to happen. So let's improve the believability of this, if you like. Let's go ahead and actually create a button. I'm not going to assign a macro to this button yet. We automatically have that opportunity with Excel VBA because I haven't created that macro in the VBA editor. I'm going to go and create this master containing macro. We're going to explore that more in a second. But I just put a button into the file, so developer and insert, of course. And then we can go to edit text. And then I'm going to say create reports. Or you want to say something informative, run process, whatever would work for your particular situation. Would you change the font there? This is being a little bit pedantic, but you could change the font. You could change it to Arial. I quite like buttons these days having a different font, because they're buttons, they're not cells. So it just gently underlines the fact that they're a different object, performing a different function on the interface there. So we've got our button to create a report. So we're going to go ahead and say, I'm going to say run process here, run process, because that's what we've got. We've got a multi-step process. And remember, the inspiration for this video is 7 things you can only do with Excel VBA. With VBA, you can do any number of steps in a process. This is a frustration I've found with dynamic array formulae, for example, even Power Query. Sometimes when you start, stacking up those steps in Power Query, things can slow down, things can get complicated, difficult to articulate. In VBA, you can have any number of steps. And if you keep your coding discipline good, there's no reason why those steps can't run, really smoothly. So run process, and this is the idea of our master macro or a containing macro. So this is the idea that this macro is going to run and it's going to go ahead and call all of the steps in the process, So that's what we can do. We have a macro, and then, for example, I could say call copy template sheet names, which is the name of the macro towards the bottom of the screen there. I could have just copied that text in, of course. And let's just see what happens. So we're getting very used to testing in the VBA editor, an absolute critical skill when we're creating VBA code. So I'm going to hit the F8 key. Let's just observe the behavior here. So we've got our containing macro, and we're going to jump out into another macro in the VBA editor. How about that? I think that's so important because it means you can keep your macros small. Right at the beginning of this demonstration, we mentioned the principle of modulation. Modulation is the idea of having lots of small parts that are very easy to understand on their own because they're discrete and small, just a few lines of code, and then fitting them together to create something that's more than the sum of their parts, a beautiful synergy. This is what we're looking for. So when we run the process, what do we want to do? Well, the first thing we want to do actually is to delete the sheets. So I'm going to say delete report sheets here. So once again, and this call syntax, I don't think it's absolutely necessary. You could just write the name of the macro there, but it just reinforces the idea if you write call that we're going somewhere else in the module. We're going to call another macro. Now, one thing I recommend at this point is we'd want to get user permission, confirmation that the user wants to do this. Whenever you're doing something, how would you say, making a structural change with VBA and we're deleting sheets in the file, that's quite a dramatic thing to happen, isn't it? So you wouldn't want the user to accidentally click this button. So it's a good idea to get confirmation. A great way to build confidence with the user is to communicate with the user, because VBA, when you first start using files with VBA in, it can be very difficult to understand what's going on. VBA is so powerful. So we've got to just hold the user's hand a bit, take them through the process. That's the way to use that to win their confidence. And one way we can do that is with a message box, a yes, no message box. So I'm going to say something like run report process, something like that. So a very simple question. Then we're going to have a comma. This first item, this is the text that appears in the message box. The second item, the second argument, whatever you want to call it, is the type of message box you want. So the one we want is VB yes, no. And then the next item is a title. So this is the text at the top of the message box. Now, if you leave that blank, it says Microsoft Excel. Yes, we're in Excel. I love Excel, but on this occasion, we don't want to give credit to Excel. We actually want to tell the user in the title of the message box what the message box is doing. The message box is seeking confirmation. Now, this will give us the basic message box, and we can confirm this. Okay, yeah, we do need our if actually. Actually, we need a little bit of syntax around here. We've already seen a simple conditional statement down here, and we're going to use the idea of conditionality again to say if the user clicks no on our yes no message box, we're not going to do anything. This is the concept. This is the logic we're trying to articulate in VBA. So we're going to say if message box, and it's the VB yes no type, equals no, and we use the syntax VB no, then, and I'm going to put my space and underscore in there. That's just for, space purposes, if that makes sense. Then exit sub. Here we go. Okay, lovely. So this is going to flash up a message box. I'm going to shut up and just do it. Hit the F8 key. And we've got our run report process. So if we hit no, that's the VBA, that's the VB no part, then Excel's going to go to exit sub and nothing happens. Can you see the yellow line just disappeared? So Excel's not going to do anything more. It's going to exit the routine. Then if we hit F8 again, this time let's go yes, and let's just observe the different behavior here. Because we've hit yes, we're going to continue down the code, and then we're going to go through our delete sheets routine here. So already, I've only been working on this, an hour and a half, a very powerful thing. And now we've got that user interaction. That's the icing on the cake, guys. So many projects I've seen over the years, people working in VBA, people I've worked with, I've coached. They're amazing technicians, but you need to bring those soft skills to the table as well. That empathy. It doesn't matter how good your technical skill is if people don't want to use your files because they're difficult to understand, they're opaque, they're scary, they're difficult to control. So those soft skills, communicate with the user, reassure them what's going on. At the end of the routine as well, we'll explain what's happened. That is going to win user confidence and unleash the impact of your technical skill. That's the order. The soft skill comes first and then the technical skill. Right, so we're looking good. I don't think we can delay it any longer, guys. We need to start interacting with our data file. So we're going to delete the sheets and then we're going to copy the sheets. Fantastic. Then we need another routine here, don't we? So what would we want to do? Let's call the routine. I'm going to say, something like find fixture in data file. We might change this later. You know, I'm just working through this task in quite an intuitive way. That's how you do most VBA tasks. You know, you test, you know, take a little step forward. Is it right? We can come back and change it later. But this is the purpose of the macro. So I want to go into the data file. And remember, we're looping through these fixtures one by one. I'm going to take the first fixture and I want to locate that fixture on the first sheet in the data file. That's the concept anyway. We're going to try to get that. Okay, how are we going to do that? Okay, so we've got the source name there. Well, I think we need, yeah, I'm going to put a routine before this. I'm going to call this routine find data file, because we're going to have a routine first to find the data file. You know, does that data file exist? If it doesn't exist, then we don't want to try to do anything. So once again, we're taking a small step. That idea of modulation, if the file isn't there, we don't want to try to do anything. We want to identify where that's what the specific problem is. We can't find the data file. So I'm going to change the name of this routine. I'm going to say find data file. Now, how deep do we want to go with this, guys? Oh, I'm going to go deep. I'm going to put another 15 minutes on this, but I'm going to do exactly what I would do in the real world. So what we're going to do, we're going to take file name as inputted, and then we're going to attempt to locate the file, because remember, we've got the file name box, the file name cell in the spreadsheet. And then we're going to try to locate the file. Locate the file in open files. So the open files collection, we mentioned that earlier in the demonstration. Right, so source name. Okay, source name going into a variable. Fantastic. We're going to do something important with this variable a bit later in the demonstration, so look out for that. Now, what do we want to do conceptually? We want to loop through all of the open workbooks. So our assumption is, let's go ahead and write this assumption down. Our assumption is source data file is open. Source data file is open when reports are created, or when the user attempts to create the reports anyway. That simplifies matters. That simplifies matters programmatically. It is perfectly possible for that file not to be open, but VBA has to go and find that file. That code I find a bit messy, so I usually say to customers, just try to make sure that file is open first. And usually once people see the value of VBA, they're very happy to do that. Okay, so what's our concept here? We want to loop through all of the open workbooks. So stop the video. What might help us? So we don't have to write this code organically necessarily, although I probably will. You know, you could steal some of this code, recycle it, adapt it for this purpose. But what's the key concept here? What's the blueprint is a for each object in a collection. For each object in a collection. We've already done 2 of these, and I invited you last time to actually try. If you can't write it, just write out what the main parts might be, sketch it out. Get a sense in your head what the underlying structure, the overall shape of this code is. So for each object in a collection, and when we're using a for each loop, what do we need? We need an object variable to help us manage and loop through these objects. So I'm going to say Chris WB. So we said just a few minutes ago why I use Chris. That makes the variable distinctive, not going to confuse Excel. Chris WB as workbook. So what object types have we had? We've had our range object type, so to loop through ranges, and we've had our worksheet object type. So I'm realizing in this demonstration just how powerful these for each loops are. There's other loop types in VBA, but you can get so much done with for each. Just don't worry about those for now. So we've got our workbook variable. So let's get that basic blueprint down, that basic syntax. So we're going to say for each object in a collection, for each Chris WB in, I think the name of the collection is Workbooks. I'm not absolutely sure. So that means workbooks that are currently open. This is the power of loops in Excel VBA. You can do something to each open workbook. Okay, so what's our basic syntax? For each object in a collection, then at the bottom, next, and then object variable name. Okay, so just to prove this, let's go ahead. I'm going to say message box Chris WB. So repeating that object variable, then I'm gonna do what we did before. Previously, what did we do? We used the address property. It's not in there anymore, but we used the address property of the cell to test that and to prove how the loop was working. It was working by looping through cells. So chriswb.name. So we're going to say the name of the workbook. So definitely start the video here. Hopefully the idea of loops, you're understanding the concept, and just perhaps you're getting excited, about the potential of loops. They are incredibly powerful. VBA is next level, and then loops are next level still beyond that, I would say. So what's going to happen? We're going to loop through the workbooks, and then we're going to flash up a message box with the name of the open workbook. Now, doesn't do anything useful yet. It's just a testing mechanism. Just for testing and experimentation. So I was hitting the F8 key, stepping through. We went through that loop twice. Why did we go through it twice? Because we've got 2 open workbooks. If you've got 100 workbooks open, I think I have seen situations where people have had up to 100 workbooks open. You're going to go through the loop that number of times, once for each open workbook. Okay, so that proves the concepts, proves what's going on. Let's just let's get clear on the remainder of this concept here. So we want to say to Excel, if the name of the workbook, if chriswb.name equals source name, then we want something to happen. What do we want happen? What do we want to happen? Well, we've got our conditional statement in there. Hopefully you're comfortable with the idea of conditional statements. We've had a couple so far. If the name of the open workbook is the name that the user has put in, then everything's okay. We're okay to continue. If it's not, then we need a mechanism to stop. We need a mechanism to stop and step out. So we could just use exit sub. Previously we used exit sub up here to just stop what we're doing. We're not going to go any further. Why would that not work in this case? That's a real high-level question. And if you're able just to begin to enter this discussion mentally, then you're doing really, really well. The problem is going to be because these macros, well, these are our modulated macros, aren't they? So we could tell Excel to leave this macro, but because it's at the lower level, this macro is contained within the master macro, Excel would still go back to the master macro and continue running the process, if that makes sense. Because we'd just exit this macro and then we'd go back into this main master macro. That's not the best explanation of what's going on. So let me suggest what we're going to do, and then we're going to go ahead and do it. And it's a great opportunity to learn about the scope of variables as well. So we're going to introduce the variable to manage this process. Are we ready to go? Are we not ready to go? We're going to use the state of a variable. Don't worry about the technical words. We'll get that. We're going to use the state of a variable to communicate this and to manage this. So an informative variable name might be file found. File found. We've found the file. And then what kind of variable would this be? You could use a string variable. We've already had a string variable and just store a piece of text. It could say ready or not ready. Let's use a Boolean variable here. I'm never quite sure how to pronounce Boolean. I think it's Boolean. But a Boolean variable, incredibly useful, a very efficient variable, uses up a tiny amount of Excel's memory, and it's just true or false. So a Boolean variable is always true or false. Very useful in this situation where we've got one of 2 states, haven't we? The state of the file being ready, the state of the file not being ready. Okay, so it should work for us. So we've got our file found variable. So if chriswb.name equals source name, then the workbook is found. What would we want to do? We'd want to set file found to So what? Well, a Boolean variable, it only holds one of two values, two states if you like. It's true or false. How about that? Now, there's something else we need to do. We need to initialize this variable to begin with, because to begin with, if it holds a value of true, I'm not sure what its default value is. If you don't initialize it, it might be false, but we want to initialize this variable. We want to put a value into it to ensure that our logic is going to work here. So to begin with, I'm going to say file found equals false. There's a tongue twister for you. File found equals false. So we're assuming it's not going to work. Yeah, this is our assumption. And then if we do find the workbook, we're going to toggle the value of the variable to true, and we should be good to go. Okay, so how about that? So let's go through the workbooks again, and we can see the first workbook, the name of the workbook. Remember, you can hover the cursor over something in the VBA editor, over a variable to find the value being stored in the variable. And I can see, well, our first workbook is DFL source data. Let's see. Well, that should be the workbook. So what happened there? Did we change the variable? No, we didn't. Okay. So do I need, yes. Okay. So what was happening there? And why have I stopped communicating in English here? Well, what was happening was that the first workbook that we're looping through is DFL source data. So I was expecting for us to go to this part of the statement, because the conditional statement is satisfied. This statement is true, but it actually wasn't true. That's because the name of the first workbook, you can see the way my system is working, and I have seen systems dealing with this differently. My system is asking for that file extension. When it's identifying the file, it is using that file extension. So what do we have to do? Shouldn't be a problem for us. Just type in .xlsm here, and then things should change differently. We're going to have a different value coming into our source name variable. Remember the very first variable we created, and we can now see that .xlsm text is included in the value stored in the variable. Fantastic. So now what's going to happen? Hitting the F8 key, well, that condition is satisfied. So we will go to the second part, the remainder of this conditional statement, and file found equals true. Okay. So we can test this now. Just to reinforce this idea, I'm going to say message box file found. So what's going to happen when we run this routine? So we're actually using a variable name there. So the message box will display the value stored, or the state in this case, of the variable. I'm just going to hit play, and we can see true flashing up. So how would we get false to display here? You might want to stop the video, think about that. How would we get false to display here? Well, we just got to change the spelling of our original value, of our original cell input. Because remember, the cell input is going into this source name variable, and then the source name variable is being checked by that conditional statement. So now when we play the whole thing, we're going to have false. So effectively the file not being found there. Pretty cool. Okay. So that seems to work. It seems to work at the macro level, but we're actually working at a higher level here, aren't we? We've got the idea of a containing macro, a master macro, calling other macros. So we need to communicate this, the state of the file found variable. We need to communicate it at a higher level. We're going to learn about the scope of variables now at a higher level, because we need this macro also to understand the state of this variable. So what do I mean now? It's getting a bit technical, isn't it? Just hang in there. Seriously, hang in there. Even if you don't understand what's going on for 10 minutes, just keep working along. And once you see the big picture, the parts will fall into place, I promise. Okay, so we can say call find data file. Now what we're going to do, I call this a promotion. I'm going to cut this variable, Control X. I'm going to put it at the top of the module here. So this is now a module level variable. And just to underline what I did there, you can see there's now no variable in this space here. So this space here that used to be occupied by our variable declaration, this space here is now empty. Okay, let's see if I can do that more elegantly. this space here is now empty, and this variable that was in that space is now at the top of the module. Now that's important because we don't want to redeclare that variable at the macro level. That's going to disturb things. So what's this all about? Well, what this is doing is we've created a situation where this variable can be referenced by different routines. So even when we step out of this routine, yeah, we're referencing multiple routines here. We've talked about that many times. Even when we step out of this routines, I'm going to delete this testing code now. Even when we step out of this routine and back into the containing macro, we can still reference this variable. So the value that this variable holds will carry from one routine to another. That's in contrast to a macro level declaration. The value in those variables won't hold. Those variables will empty, they'll be cleared once you exit the routine. So this is the power of a module level variable. And you can see, yeah, we've got our message box, and then the next thing we want to do is, can we find the data file? So we're going to say to Excel, if file found equals false, then what do we want to do? We don't want to go any further. These are our validation checks, then exit sub. Yeah. So we've got one kind of validation check here. We want to get confirmation. If the user doesn't want to continue, we're just going to exit. Then we're going to check for the data file. And if the file isn't found, then we're also going to exit, but we're also going to inform the user what's happened once again. We're building some technical skill. We've got to make sure we're wrapping our soft skills around that technical skill. So we want to communicate to the user what's happened. So if we haven't found the file, so if file found equals false, then we just want to communicate to the user what's happened. So we can use a message box again. We did a yes, no message box up here. We're going to do something even simpler, just a really simple message box. So we're going to say file, data file not found. Data file not found here, and then 0. 0, this second part, this specifies the type of message box, 0 being a simple message box. And then I'm going to say check. So this third component, of course, being the title that appears at the top of the message box, and that will just be Microsoft Excel if you don't change it. Now, another conditional statement. This conditional statement has extended past one line. You can see previously we've been using one-line conditional statements here. Now this is a multi-line, if you like, conditional statement. So this clearly is going to work absolutely well. We'll see if it actually works. But if we continue, what happens if the conditional statement is met? So if the condition is met, we can then continue on the next line and write what we want Excel to do if the condition is met. This is the structure of the if, end if conditional statement. But we then have to put end if. We then have to put end if at the bottom. So simple one-line conditional statement, we don't need to say end if. If we have a multi-line conditional statement, you know, we could put any number of lines of code in here, then we do need to say end if at the end. So just to underline that, and obviously I want to use my cool graphics here. This is a conditional statement, and this is also a conditional statement. This first one being a simple conditional statement, this one being a multi-line if, end if conditional statements. And there's more conditional statements. I don't know if we'll get into them in this demonstration. There's also if, else, and end if, but I really recommend select case for the more complex conditionality. So with that said, let's go ahead and test this. So if the data file isn't found, then we should flash up a message box, and we're just gonna exit the sub here. And if the file name is found, we're going to go ahead and actually create all of our sheets. And we should see that creation happening. So I'm going to save the file, Control S. So always try to do that before you run a routine. And then we're going to allocate a macro to this button. So right click on the button. Can you see the benefit of having informative names for macros, also for variables, named ranges? But we're feeling the benefit here of informative names for macros in particular, because I can very easily find the macro I want, run process. Just going to click on this, and yeah, how about that? Beautiful message box, and you can see we're running the report process. And I can see our sheets have gone in as usual. Just to prove that, I'm going to manually delete these sheets, Alt-HDS on the Windows PC, Alt-HDS. Again, being very careful to delete these template sheets, Alt-HDS. Okay, so now in the file, we've only got the template sheet and the generator sheet. This is just to, it's a bit of a test, isn't it? It's also going to test our delete sheets routine, because we shouldn't delete any sheets now. Going to hit create reports, run the report process, yes. And we can see we've got our sheets in the file here. Perfect. Now to test the other side, so if the name of the file isn't accurate as inputted by the user, what's going to happen? Well, we shouldn't go any further than this, because the find data file routine is going to tell us that the file isn't found via this module level variable that I spoke about at great length. And we should have an informative message here, and then we should just exit the routine. So I'm going to go ahead, hit create reports, run report process, yes please, and there we go, data file not found. So the user's going to be frustrated, but that frustration should be tempered a bit by the fact that they can clearly understand, and you could make this message box even more informative. For a customer, I would make additional notes in that message box. For example, I'd say, make sure you've written the file extension .xls or xlsx or xlsm, whatever it might be. So you can make this message box even more helpful and informative, but the user understands what's happening. Incredibly important with VBA, because it can be a bit scary, difficult to understand what's going on. So let's go ahead and just restore this here. Now, I've certainly been delaying this, but I can't delay it any longer. We need to start interacting with our source data file. And I promise not to go into any lengthy explanations here, but this is the file we need to start interacting with. So it's a tricky thing to do, isn't it? It's quite intimidating getting into another file. There's a lot of data in there. So let's take an intermediary step. Let's do something easy. What's the easiest thing we could do with this file? Well, we know we want to get data from each sheet in the file. So let's start with that. Let's start by proving that we can reference a sheet in the file, doing some small test as we've been going through. And then could we loop through the sheets, the 3 sheets in the file? We've got 2021, 2022, and 2023. If we can loop through the sheets, we can then get the data from each sheet. And we can see, well, I know from the design of the Doggy Football League that it's the same format on each sheet. So can we reference the file, and then can we loop through the sheets? Let's go ahead and see if we can do that. So in our sub macros, subroutines, if you like, in our macros that are contained within our master macro, we've got this find fixture in data files. So how is this going to work? So we've got source name here. I'm thinking, how are we actually going to reference these files? We've got this source name variable. So we could use that source name variable, couldn't we? Because the value is going into that variable in a previous routine. But what's the problem going to be? And we're testing, if you were listening about 10 minutes ago. So what's the problem going to be? This variable here is used in this routine. Then we want to use this variable in the next routine. Well, the scope of this variable is just the macro. It's just the routine. So we can't use that macro outside of this routine. So we need to promote this variable to module level. You know, and in my experience, it doesn't make any difference at all. I've never found that this makes a discernible difference to the Excel's performance or the macro runtime or anything to have variables at the module level. So we should be fine. Let's see how we do. So find fixture in data file. This is the next thing we want to do. So I'm going to copy this, going to put it in our master macro to ensure that this macro is actually going to run. So call find fixture in data file. Right, what's the easiest possible thing we could do? Could we just activate the workbook? I've got our source data workbook here lurking in the background. I've been avoiding it. So could we just activate this workbook? Literally, well, I don't like it when people say literally in that context, but the easiest thing we could do, one of the easiest things we could do, right? Chris, shut up and do it. Let's go. So we're going to say workbooks, source name dot activate. So what's going to happen? Fairly straightforward. Hopefully what's going to happen is our source data workbook is going to flash up to the top of the screen. It's going to be the active workbook. Let's see what happens. Now, what's going to happen? Well, this is a good demonstration, actually. What's going to happen if I just run this routine now? We're going to get some kind of error. And this is, a type mismatch error from VBA. So VBA is saying, there's a problem with this line of code. So even when you get an error in VBA, you can hit debug and Excel will take you to the specific line of code that's problematic. And I can see by hovering the cursor over the variable, source name is a variable, of course, there's no value been allocated to that variable. That's because I just ran the routine from within the routine. What we actually need to do is run the master macro, and that's going to run the other macro that's going to actually allocate a value to that variable. So we're going to run the whole routine, run the whole process. I could even click here, but what we're expecting to happen in this final macro is just to activate the source data file. So we're expecting to just see it pop to the front there. So run report process, yes. Then what happens at the end? We can see, yes, we've got our source data file. Cool. So we've managed to reference, we've managed to get, well, let's go through it. We've managed to create a situation where the user can input the file name. We've got that into a variable in VBA, and then using the line of code we just put in, we've managed to activate that file. Good. Would we actually need to activate the file? Well, you could. You could activate the file and then kind of reference it in a direct way, literally a direct way. But in VBA, I would encourage you to learn what's called remote referencing. So in VBA, you have lines of code like activate, worksheet, Chris.select, range A1.select. You might have seen these lines of code, but they don't actually do anything in a material sense. They don't create any benefit, those particular pieces of syntax, those particular lines of code. They're just selecting things, And VBA, if we're using VBA, we don't need to select things. When we use Excel normally, we select cells and select sheets. VBA doesn't need to do that. It doesn't actually need to select stuff. And in fact, that can really slow the code down, like selecting things and activating workbooks and stuff. So we don't actually need to activate the workbook. Excel can do what we need it to do without activating the workbook. Looks just like VBA can go and do something on a sheet without activating, without actually clicking onto that sheet, if it makes sense. Now, this is called remote working. Everyone's working remotely these days, right? This is called remote referencing. We're not clicking onto that sheet or activating the file, but we are doing something useful. And it's a much more efficient way to get Excel to run VBA code, but it's also more difficult to test. It's more difficult to write, but I recommend it creates such an impact that I recommend you learn to do it straight away. Right, so we can say, what do we want to do? We've managed to activate the source data workbook. We now want to loop through these 3 worksheets. Okay, so how to do that? We're going to use a with, end with statement. Have we used much with, end with yet? I don't think so, but with, end with is just going to allow us to economize, use less code. Yeah, we like that. If we can get the same effect with less code, that sounds like a good thing. So the syntax you need is with workbooks source name in brackets, which is our variable name. Now, whatever we write down here, Excel will, as long as what we write begins with a dot, Excel will attempt to concatenate. Excel will attempt to join whatever we write to whatever is at the beginning of the with, end with statement. So if you're going to repeat a line of code and I can see this coming, through my experience with this kind of thing. I can see we're going to use this piece of syntax, workbook source name, a lot. We can just say with, end with, and then we can use the dot. That's going to mean that we're working with less code, writing less code, testing less code, and it also means more efficient code execution because Excel will be able to execute the code more efficiently. Right, so with workbook source name, what do we want to do here? We want to loop through the sheets. So I'm thinking about how to reference these sheets, and let's throw it out to the classroom. What do you think? How would you reference a sheet? We've looked at referencing cells, referencing workbooks. How would you reference a sheet? Well, one way to do it is to say, and perhaps we can go ahead and do this now, end with, so missed a piece of syntax there, talking too much as usual. So we can say dot sheets. So this is that concatenation. So Excel will read this as workbook source name dot sheets something. I'm going to say 2023 season dot select. I think activate works too. Does select work? We're going to see. I use this kind of direct referencing so rarely these days. I can't even remember exactly what happens. But anyway, let's go ahead. So what we're expecting is we're going to end up on this file, the data source file, and we'll end up on the 2023 season sheet. You can see at the moment, the active sheet is 2021. So we're looking to now end up on the 2023 season sheet. Can you see how we're building this up step by step? One easy step, another easy step, another easy step. If we try to do it all at once, that's the way you get in a tangle, and that's the way you end up giving up. So once again, we do need to run the whole routine, don't we? Because I accidentally put a breakpoint in there. Let's not worry about that now. We might do that at some point, but not now. Yeah, I'm going to just click in this routine. This is our containing macro, of course. I need to run all of these mini macros because I need to get the name of the data file, and that comes from this macro here. So let's just hit play. Run the process. Yes, please. And then here we go. Okay. Now, subscript out of range. Subscript out of range means the reference you've used, usually a worksheet. Excel can't find it. So I think I know what this would have been caused by. Because we have a different active workbook, so when I triggered this macro, the active workbook was the source data. Excel's probably looking for a sheet name, but the active workbook is the source data. It can't find that sheet name. Maybe it will be the generator sheet, I imagine. Yeah, so I just hit debug. And then what we need to do is put this workbook in. Now, I already mentioned this earlier in the demonstration, this workbook.sheet. So this means this code will now work. It's now proper remote referencing. It will work regardless of which workbook is the active workbook, because this workbook means the workbook in which this code is stored. And we know this code lives in the 7 Things workbook because we can tell that from the Project Explorer. Yeah? This is the 7 Things workbook. This is the source data workbook, and we're clearly in the functionality module for the 7 Things workbook. Now, that caused a problem because we didn't say this workbook here. We didn't say this workbook, so Excel was looking for a worksheet called template in the source data book workbook, and clearly there isn't one. So that returns the error there. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm going to save the file, Control S, save both files, of course. There we go. So this file is now active. So let's make this the active file. So we've created the same situation we had before. Will we get the same error? So I'm going to hit the F5 key. You can see the cursor flashing in our master macro, run process macro. Hit the F5 key or hit play, run report process. And then, interesting. Can you see what's happened? We are on the 2023 season sheet, but can you see how? Can you see where the sheets went? The sheets also came into the source data file. Okay, now we definitely don't want that, so we're going to hit delete here. That's interesting. Okay, how can we avoid that? Now, this is a bit of an academic discussion because in reality, what's going to happen? Well, in reality, my dog is not going to be actually operating Excel, so maybe that's the wrong choice of words there, but the way this will work, the way this might work theoretically, is the user has to click on this button. The user has to click on this button to trigger the process. They're not going to go into the VBA editor to do that. We can safely assume that. So in reality, this is always going to be the active file. But I was just intrigued by that, even just for my learning. That's not something I can remember seeing before. So when we're copying those worksheets, they seem to be going into a different file after this workbook. Okay, so I'm going to go space underscore here. I'm just going to add this workbook.sheets. I still don't think that's going to work. We're going to see what happens anyway. If it doesn't, I promise, as I said, it's kind of an academic discussion for reasons I just explained. If we get the same result, I promise I'll move on. Let it go, Chris. Right, hit the F5 key. What happens? Run the report process, but I've just put an extra piece of syntax in there. Okay, fine. Not going to worry about this. Going to just restore that syntax there. Okay. So yeah. So what we're going to do is run a lower level test, if you like, and we're just going to test that we end up on the 2023 season sheet, which did happen. I'm going to hit create report, so I'm going to trigger the macro in the way the user would trigger the macro, and we can now see those sheets. Here we go. We're just like I'm interested in what's happened here. Well, source name. I think we might have done 2023 season dot activate dot select source name. Why did that not work then? Dot sheets 2023 season seems to be accurate. Right, we're now debugging. Yeah, and I was kind of hoping this would happen. There'd be a situation that I don't understand. You can now see how I do debugging, because debugging is what I call a meta skill. It's a meta skill. In Excel, it's a meta skill, particularly important in VBA. It's a meta skill because it's a skill that makes everything easier. It's an overarching skill. Okay, you can learn anything in VBA if your debugging is really good. So remember a few minutes ago, I accidentally created a breakpoint. So we're going to put a breakpoint in. Now you can do that by just clicking in the margin. You can remove a breakpoint by clicking on it again. You can also go to somewhere there's an option to remove all breakpoints, debug. Yeah, clear all breakpoints here. Now what a breakpoint does is when Excel gets to this line of code, Excel will stop. Excel will stop here. And that allows us to understand what on earth is going on here. So Excel's going to stop there, and let's just see. Let's see what's going to happen. What I'm expecting to happen is for us to select the 2023. Okay, I think I've got an idea what's going on here. I think we have to activate the workbook first before we select it. Right, let's go. So we've got to the breakpoint. You can see it's now the highlighted line of code. Now we hit the F8 key and we're saying select yes. I think we have to activate the workbook first. So I'm going to say .activate. So once again, because we're using with end with, Excel is going to read that as workbook source name .activate. So I think we can only select the sheet if the workbook is active. Once again, it's a bit of an academic discussion, but you're seeing this debugging using the breakpoint. It's so important to be able to debug like this, and you could use this in any situation, which is why debugging in VBA is what I call a meta skill. It's a bit annoying going to having to click back to the generator sheet. So at some point, we'll make sure we click back onto the generator sheet because we don't want Luna to have to be doing that with a pause all the time. So what happens now? So we're going to activate the workbook. You can see the workbook flashes up. It comes to the top because it's active. And now, yes, we have no problem selecting the worksheet there. Okay, cool. So, as I said, it's only really academic, but a good demonstration of debugging. It's academic because in reality, yeah, as I said, I'm going to try to avoid that. This isn't a real situation, but we're not using direct referencing. We're going to do this remotely anyway, but it would have just helped deepen my understanding of what's going on with VBA. Anyway, we've managed to select the sheet there. So our next challenge is we've selected one sheet, but we don't want just work with one sheet, do we? We need to work with all 3 sheets in the file. So how to do that? Throwing it out to the class. Stop the video. What ideas do you have conceptually? And then in terms of the language as well, what ideas do you have? I'm looking through the syntax we've covered so far. It's a high-level question. You'll have to make a few lateral leaps in your thinking, but it is all there. It is all there. What syntax would allow us to do this? We want to go to the file and then loop through the 3 sheets in the file. How to do that? Well, I'm going to accelerate a little bit. So it's going to be a for each loop again, for each object in a collection, for each worksheet in the file. So I'm going to say I'm going to say data sheet this time rather than Chris sheet, just because I'm already using Chris sheet in another routine. That shouldn't cause a problem because Chris sheet is a routine level. It's a macro level variable. Shouldn't cause a problem, but there's an infinite number of names we could use, so I'm going to use another one. Dim data sheet as... Okay, we're going to do this differently actually. I'm going to say dim sheet number here as integer. Integer, you're like, Chris, an integer is a number. Yeah, it's a whole number. So you're going to use a number to refer to a worksheet. Yes, we are. Remember this line of code here. So right towards the beginning of the demonstration, we told Excel to copy the sheet after a sheet number. And remember 2021 season, that's one way we could reference the sheet, call it 2021 season, but you could just say sheets 1. We could use that index number, sheets 1, sheets 2, sheets 3. Now, that's incredibly useful when we're looping through sheets because we can just use a number. Just use a number to reference a sheet. That's pretty cool. And it's going to allow us to learn another loop type here. So we could do this with a for each loop, for each object in a collection. We're going to do this with a for next loop. For next. So there's 3 types of loops in Excel VBA. For each loop, we've already covered 3 or 4 of those. For next loop, which we're going to cover now, and then a do until loop. Okay, we won't worry about do until. That covers with situations where you've got quite complicated logic that you need to express. For each, with for each, and get most things done. We could even do this with for each, but I want to introduce you to for next as well. So for sheet number equals 1 to 3. 1 to 3 here, and then equals, there we go, and then next sheet number, there we go. Right, so once again, language, VBA is just a language. Language is about patterns. So what's the underlying blueprint here? Well, it's very similar, isn't it? A for next loop, the blueprint is very similar to a for each loop. So for a for next, we say for variable name equals start number to end number. Variable name, yeah? Let's talk about the variable quickly. It's a different type of variable, isn't it? We used a range variable, we used a worksheet variable. When we're using a for each loop, for each object in a collection, this isn't an object variable, it's just a number. It's just a number. And this is how for next works. It just works with numbers. Which sounds kind of simple, doesn't it? Sounds, kind of simplistic compared to a for each loop that's going to do things to objects in collections. But numbers are incredibly useful. They allow us, to, for example, to work down a spreadsheet 1 row at a time. We could do that with numbers. We can reference sheets, sheets 1, sheets 2, sheets 3. We can even do that with workbooks, workbooks 1, workbooks 2, workbooks 3. So with numbers, we can get very far in terms of the work we need to do. So it could be a useful addition to your toolkit here. So, so what do we need to do here? We just need to make one substitution. That's going to allow us to loop through to select each sheet in the file. So how to do that? It's a simple substitution here. So we're getting rid of that, what we'd call a hard-coded reference, because we've actually put the speech marks in there. We've actually put the text in the sheet name. Get rid of that and then substitute in our variable name there. I'm going to go ahead and do some indentation here. We've got, let's go ahead and get the old animation out quickly, because we've got an overarching construct here, and then which is our for next loop. Then within that construct, we've got a with end with statement. So we've got a construct within a construct. So it's a good idea in that situation. It's a good idea to indent the inner construct. So I've selected it, just going to hit the tab key to indent it across there. Okay. So what's going to happen? Well, let's just see how this routine works. I'm going to put a breakpoint in the code just here. So when we get to this routine, we're going to stop. And that's going to allow us to see the magic of the for next loop in action. So let's trigger our macro, take a few seconds to get to this routine. Now the line of code is highlighted. How good is that facility, by the way? Putting the breakpoint in, running to the breakpoint in combination with the F8 key that allows you to step through. So helpful and so important, as I said, because debugging is one of our Excel meta skills. So going to hit F8, then just hover your cursor over the sheet number variable. You can see it there. Now what we need to understand with for next is the behavior of that variable. It's now holding a value of 1. Going to hit F8 now. Where are we going to go? We're going to go back to the top of the loop. Now it's holding a value of 2. So we're going to work through the values 1, 2, 3. And then as that value changes, because we're referencing the variable name here, this is where the magic happens. Because we're referencing the variable name, something different is going to happen in the routine. And you can see, because a value of 2 is held in the variable, we've now selected the second sheet in the file. Going to hit F8 again. Now what's going to happen? So what's the value of the variable is 3. I'm sure you can see what's going to happen here. We've now selected the third sheet in the file. Pretty cool. Okay. Good, so we've managed to reference sheets in the file. So next we've got to think about what are we actually going to do on these worksheets. So we need to loop through. We need to loop through these columns and then find, okay, is it a flat coat retriever fixture? If it is, then is it against the correct team? Because we've got Greyhound, Great Dane, Poodle here, and are the teams in the right order? Is it a home or away fixture? So we're looking to loop through this data set in our DFL source data sheet. So how are we going to do that? Let's go back into conceptual land briefly. What tool are we going to use in Excel VBA? We've used it already in this demonstration quite a few times to do something to each cell in a spreadsheet, to do something to each object in a collection. Yes, once again, we can use a loop to get this done. And specifically, we're going to be reusing some of the techniques a specific technique we've used before, which is a loop to loop through cells. So for each object in a collection, for each cell in a range. So once again, if you can stop the video and try to put this mechanism together yourself. So just think about the blueprint. What are the basics that we need? So stop the video, try to put it together yourself. Okay, let's go. So I'm going to say dim. Now, what would be a good variable name here? I'm thinking maybe data cell or something like that would be a good variable name here. I'm just looking at other variable names I've used so far because yeah, it's good to use different variable names, make them distinctive. That means if a variable ends up being promoted to module level, as we've done already in this demonstration, you're going to avoid the situation where you might have the same variable name. That means you'll have to change one variable name, of course. Right, so I'm going to say data cell. And then for each object in a collection, so what kind of object is it? It's a range variable here. So we've got our object variable, and we'll use this to control going through the loop. So we've managed to get to the workbook. Now, one thing at this point, we've already spoken about remote versus direct referencing. The beauty, the power of the approach we're using is we don't have to activate the workbook that we're actually using. That really speeds things up. VBA can just go and look at that workbook without actually activating it. So just going to comment this out, and that means VBA will ignore it. Why would you not delete that? Well, we did use it for testing previously, so we might want to bring it back for testing if we have to do some debugging later. And then we've got sheets, sheet number dot select. Right. Let's take this code. What are we going to do with it? Let's go and just tag it on. Let's do a little concatenation here at the top, and then we can get rid of this method. This is called a method, by the way. So we talk about collections, objects, properties. We've mentioned a property is something about an object that you'd want to change. For example, the formatting of a cell, the value in a cell. We also have methods, and methods are things that you do. For example, selecting. Here we're selecting a sheet, for example, using the offset method as well. We've used that already. So methods are things that you do. So just having, I don't think you have to have a real technical understanding, but just understanding a little bit about the main terms to do with the language in Excel, objects being organized into collections, those objects having properties, and then having methods that we can apply as well. That can just really help with your conceptual understanding. So now we're doing something not just to the workbook, but to the specific sheet in the workbook. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to loop through a specific range, and let's go ahead and specify the range here. So it's going to be H5 to H384. And I'm going to make some assumptions here because it's difficult what we're doing. You know, I can feel my cognitive load is quite high at the moment. And this is what you want to try to do when you're doing VBA programming, as we are today, of course, is just try to keep an eye on yourself. We want that meta level system monitoring. How stressed am I getting? How stressed am I getting with this task? If you're feeling stressed, yeah, then you're risking getting frustrated and giving up altogether. I've done it hundreds of times over the past decade or so. And it's just feeling a bit stressful because it's really complicated what we're doing. So in that situation, make some simplifying assumptions. Make some simplifying assumptions. Now, the specific thing that was stressing me out, just in between takes, I was doing a little bit of planning here, is to do with this home and away idea. So when we're looking through this source data, we've got to locate flat coat retriever, but sometimes flat coat retriever is going to be the home team. So we've got to look down column H. Sometimes flat coat retriever is going to be the away team. So we've got to look down column I. Now that's a tricky piece of position control. We'll get to that later, but we're not going to try to program that first because that's tricky. Let's get the basic mechanism first, then let's work from there. Let's take an intermediary step, take that stress level down, keep enjoying the VBA, keep those punch the air moments in. That's the way to have long and productive programming sessions and indeed a programming career, if you're interested in that, of course. So we're going to loop down just column H. So we're going to assume that flat coat retriever are at home against whatever the opposition team is. And another assumption we're going to make is, and this is probably a sensible assumption, is that the data set size is always the same. And that's probably a sensible assumption in this situation because each season has the same number of fixtures. But it is a bit of a red flag for us when we hard code ranges when we're doing VBA, because ranges of data might change, might get smaller, might get bigger, and ideally we want to have what we call dynamic quality. Dynamic quality in our code, that means if the data set changes size, it's still going to work, and you can find lots about dynamic quality in our resources. So, but a simplified way to do it is to not do it dynamically, do it in a static way first, and then maybe later worry about integrating that dynamic quality. So row 5 to row 384, making a mental note there. So in the VBA editor, I'm going to say for each Chris data cell. So that's our variable name, the original object variable that we declared. We can see it at the top of the screen there. For each data cell in, then I can say dot range. So we're taking advantage of our with, end with statement. So because I put the dot in there, Whatever's here will automatically concatenate, be joined onto whatever's at the beginning of the with end with statements. So a nice efficient way to code. So we're saying dot range H5 it was, I believe, to H384. 384 there. Okay. Now, thinking about those basic blueprints, so for each loop, we've got our variable we declared at the top. That's the first part of the blueprint. Then opening the loop for each object in a collection. So what's the last part of our blueprint? And hopefully you're able to put this together a little bit, or you can anticipate what the answer is going to be here. And then we say next data cell. So that's our for each object in a collection blueprint. And perhaps you're getting bored. Perhaps you're getting bored of me saying, Chris, that's easy. You're talking about this blueprint all the time. You've really got to reinforce that. Get that basic blueprint in your head, because you're going to be using it a lot in VBA. You're going to apply it to so many different situations. Right. So for each data cell in the range, so we've got the main mechanism in place here. The structure's there. So what do we want to do? We want to do a quick test here. I'm going to say message box data cell dot, let's say dot value here. Okay, so what's going to happen? What we're expecting to happen, firstly, we're going to run our master macro. Eventually, we're going to get to this routine. We're going to loop through each of the sheets in the source data file that we can see on the screen here. And then hopefully, we're going to loop through cells H5 to H384. This is the idea. So what are we expecting to happen? And remember, before you conduct a little test like this, always have a bit of a hypothesis. You know, what are we expecting to happen here? So the first cell, H5, the first cell in that loop has the value of Beagle in, and we're asking the message box to show the value property of the cell object, the range object, something like that. But we've got the idea of objects and properties here that we spoke about a couple of minutes ago. Right. What's going to happen? Well, I'm going to go ahead, Control S, save the file. And let's go back to our original file. I'm going to make sure I've saved this file here. And before you do this, yes. Okay. Make sure you put the breakpoint in before you do this, and put the breakpoint in here. So apologies if you're now looping through 384 message boxes. I do apologize. That's my fault. I should have told you to put the breakpoint in there first, so you can keep pressing enter and loop through them 384 times if you want. If not, just hold down the escape key. Hold down the escape key, and that should break the code, and you'll be able to hit debug, and you'll be able to see where the code is. So got the breakpoint in now. Going to go ahead, create reports, run the report process. And we can see those, just about see those sheets being created. Now I'm going to hit the F8 key. So we've got to our breakpoint, hit the F8 key. What are we expecting to happen now? Message box flashes up, and yes, we've got Beagle there. Okay, so I'm going to go again, F8 key. We're going back to the top of this loop, and then we've got Greyhounds, and then I'm going to get one more value here, and Jack Russell. So Beagle, Greyhound, and Jack Russell, and I can see those values there. Let's do one more, just to really build our confidence here. Then we've got Pomeranian. So we do seem to be looping through the correct column here. Okay, nice. So we're definitely getting there. So what's the next step here? We're looping through that data source column. What do we want to do? Well, we want to begin to think about locating this fixture. So we're going to assume, as I said, that we're only dealing with home fixtures first, and we're going to deal later, maybe in the next video, with integrating away fixtures as well. So if it's a home fixture, what's some logic? What's a condition that we could reference here if it's a home fixture? Just think conceptually about that. If it's a home fixture, then of course the value in this column, the home team column, what's it going to be? Well, we're working for Flat Coat Retriever FC, so it's going to be Flat Coat Retriever. And there's another point here. I'm thinking about static and dynamic coding approaches. What if, for example, we wanted to license this VBA tool to another club in the DFL? Well, then we wouldn't want Flat Coat Retriever to be hard-coded into the code. We're going to hard-code it in, yeah, just for simplicity. But you might want to control who the home team or who the target team of this analysis would be. And in that case, you'll do it in a more dynamic way. So hopefully you're just beginning to appreciate some of these discussions about the sophistication of the solution you're going to create here. Right. So we've got definitely an idea of conditionality here, haven't we? And just note, yeah, I did this without mentioning it. I did do some indentation there. Going to get rid, no, we'll keep our message box in, but we only want our message box to flash up in a particular situation. And that situation is if flat code retriever is the home team. If flat code retriever is the home team. Now, once again, you've got the main tools you need to put this together yourself. We've looked at conditional statements, one line conditional statement, and that multi-line conditional statement with if and end if. If we use that multi-line conditional statement with our logic, and remember our logic very simply is the value in the cell flat code retriever, we should be able to get Excel to stop on a flat code retriever home game. Just initially, we want Excel to stop on a flat code retriever home game. So how would we do that? Well, we can use our data cell variable, which remember represents the cell currently being looped through for each object in the collection. This is the object in the collection that we're currently focusing on. So if data cell.value is the property that we're interested in, equals, and I'm going to hard code this value, so it feels a little bit uncomfortable putting those speech marks in and hard coding this value. In the real world, I'd always do this dynamically, which would give us the option to change the target team. I'm not going to go too deep into that now. That's a more advanced consideration, perhaps. Something like this. So what do you think? If data cell.value equals flat code retriever, then, and the reason the VBA editor highlighted this line of code red is because it's missing some syntax. So once again, thinking about that blueprint. And I love how in VBA, the blueprints, well, they're literally blue. The key pieces of syntax that structure these powerful constructs we're using are highlighted blue. And if we want a multi-line conditional statement, we need an if, we need a then, and then we need an end if, and we can see the structures here layering on top of each other. We've got the conditional statements working inside a loop that's looping through cells, working inside the with, end with statements, working inside the for next loop that's looping through all of the active worksheets there. So just see how these constructs are layering up one construct in another construct. We've got a loop working within a loop, incredibly powerful Excel VBA technique. And of course, we're using indentation to really reinforce the idea of these constructs and really make the code easy to interpret. We can see our layers of indentation there. Okay, what are we expecting to happen now? So let's have a little hypothesis about this test. Well, the first flat code retriever home game appears to be on row 23, and you could go ahead and filter the data if you wanted to do that to confirm that. So we've got one on row 23, we've got another one on row 43, and then let's just find the next one. We've got another one on row 62. I think that was 23, 43, and 62. So let's go ahead, see what happens. As always, Control S, save the file. I would think about doing separate file backups. So hit the F12 key, do a save as, so that you've got multiple files with different pieces of code in, or multiple files that are at different points of the development process more accurately. That would be a good idea. I'm not going to worry about that because that's going to slow down the demonstration even more, and you have to deal with my ramblings already. So let's go ahead and do this test. So our sheet's being created, flat code retriever, and I think I've actually gone ahead and committed the cardinal sin. Yes, I did, didn't I? So I'm just looping through these message boxes now, and this will just demonstrate why you should always put a breakpoint in the code and why indeed you should Control S, save the file, because I'm having to work through all the message boxes now. Just trying to work out how many message boxes am I going to work through. Well, there's going to be 20 home games in a season, and then there's 3 seasons, so 60, about 60 message boxes I just worked through. Why did I do that? Because I didn't put the breakpoint in. Didn't put the breakpoint into the code. I could have held down the escape key there, and then I would have got the debug dialog box. Hopefully, that doesn't always happen. So make sure you're backing up your files and always Control S before you run a macro. Right, Now we have our breakpoint in the code, so I just clicked in the margin. So the first time we get there, we should stop. Okay, there we go. So I think it was 23, was it? Okay, so it would be better to put the breakpoint in here because we're just looping through all the rows. So we've now got into this conditional statement. You can see this line of code is highlighted. That means the condition that we set out at the beginning of the conditional statement, the way to get into this conditional statement, that logic has been satisfied. So datacell.value says flat code retriever. It would be more informative here to not use .value. Let's just use .row. There we go. And we're seeing the power of VBA here. We're in break mode now. So we're stepping through the code. We can actually adjust the line of code when we're in break mode and then carry on testing the routine. Incredibly powerful stuff. So I'm hitting play again. So what we're expecting now, well, it's the second flat code retriever home game entry in the file, which should be on row 43, which I think is accurate. So back to the DFL source data, and I can see row 43, flat code retriever there. Going to click into the VBA editor. You can see my cursor flashing in the VBA editor and in the specific routine we're testing. Hit the play button again. That's going to play to the breakpoint. And then we're saying row 62, and I can see row 62 flat code retriever. And then playing again, and I can see row 92 here should also be a flat code retriever. Cool. Okay, nice. So we've managed to program that condition, picking out just the teams, just the fixtures rather, in which flat code retriever is the home team. So we're building up this logic step by step. It's still not sophisticated enough for what we want to do. So what's the other thing that we'd want to do? We want the home team to be flat code retriever. Then we want the away team to be greyhound. And you can see the first one is a home fixture. So we should be able to get this report generating quite accurately, or at least highlight the fixtures, identify the fixtures. We should be able to do that in this demonstration, hopefully in the next few minutes. So we need to store this team name somewhere because we need to say to VBA, I want the row where this team is the away team. So we need a space to store some information. What's that going to be? Well, that's going to be a variable, because a variable is just a place to store information. Where's this variable going to go? Well, I want to go back to the mechanism that loops through our range here. So where's that mechanism? So I'm looking back at the VBA editor. We've got find data file. That's not it. For sheet number equals 1 to 3. That's not it. Okay. Okay. So there we copy. Okay, so I'm just thinking about how to structure this, because we could put this in here. So we'd then copy the sheet and then go and put some values on the sheet. Do I want to do that? I'm not sure. We could do that. It's just maybe a minor point, but I just want to keep this code discrete. I want to keep it separate because it's to do with copy pasting sheets. The act of creating new objects in the file, that's a big deal. And it's something that, could potentially go wrong. If it does go wrong, I want to be able to easily test that. This is my justification. So I'm not going to complicate this anymore. Rather than doing that, we're going to add another loop here. So we're going to have a loop within a loop within a loop. And I'm going to say generator cell as range here. So this is loop through teams on, I'm just going to say G sheet, G for generator, just to allow us to fit that text in there. So can you see what's happening here? So we've got another range variable declared. So I'm thinking of a for each variable here. So we're going to say for each generator cell. Cell in, and then I want to specify this range here. Now, we do have a named range there, G teams. So we've got to be careful here. I'm going to say this workbook. We've already encountered problems referencing this workbook because we're working with other workbooks. To be absolutely sure it's clear to the VBA editor, I'm saying the workbook that this code lives in. That's the workbook I'm referring to. Let's use this workbook, and then sheets generator. Okay, then I'm going to go space and underscore. That's just to do with the space I have in the VBA editor. That's going to allow me to continue the code on the next line. And then dot range gteams. There we go. So this code should loop through these cells that we can see highlighted here. But we also need to close the loop. So think about our blueprints, our basic syntax. So we close the loop, and this is next generator cell. And you can see this is a containing loop. It's enveloped all of the code that we have within it, if that makes sense. Why have we done it that way? Well, let's think about the logic of this. Let's talk it through conceptually. We want to loop through each of these teams one at a time. And then for each team, literally for each team, we want to go to the data file. We want to loop through each sheet. So it makes sense to loop through the teams first. So pretty complex. And just note that I've done the indentation there. That's helping us to understand the underlying structure of the code here. Right. Okay. So I'm just wondering how to reference the team now. So yeah, we need a variable here. Now this isn't absolutely necessary. I'm going to say target team. What kind of variable is this going to be? It's going to be a string variable. Already seen it in this demonstration because this variable is going to store text. Okay. So what we're going to do is when we're looping through the teams on the report generator sheet, we're just going to allocate the team name to the variable. Not absolutely necessary. So I can just say target team. So an A equals B construct here. Target team equals generator cell. I'm looking at that. I'm thinking that might be a bit obsessive. Obsessive might be a bit excessive and indeed obsessive. It feels like it might be overkill. But what we're doing here is just allocating the value to a variable that just makes sense more. Calling it target team. In a year's time, who knows, when you come back to this file, the client wants it updated. It's just going to make things a little bit clearer here. So we're taking the value from generator cell. For example, this cell is the first cell we're going to loop through, allocating it to our target team variable, which I just declared up here. Never forget, a variable is it's a useful thing. It's just a place to store some information that we're using in the code. So if we've got a target team there, let's go back to the source data sheet to explain this. So currently with our conditional logic here, we're saying stop if the team name in column H, the home team, is Flatcoat Retriever. So that's one condition. But we're going to need two conditions here. Once again, stop the video. Might you be able to put this in yourself? It's a little bit tricky. But yeah, definitely give it a go. Even if you just do it conceptually, identify the line of code we need to change. Start trying to do that rather than just following me. Try to build these skills yourself now. So we want to put an additional condition in here. So I'm going to say and then the space and underscore, not necessary, just for display purposes here. So data cell.value, the cell we're looping through has to be Flatcoat Retriever. That's our first condition. So what's our second condition? Make sure the concept's clear in your head. Our second condition is the neighboring cell, the cell to the right. What technique might help us do that? The cell to the right must equal, fantastic, the cell to the right must equal target team. There we go. So we need the concept of the cell to the right. Position control, moving away from the cell that we're looping through. How to do that? And of course, we've already done that using offset somewhere. We definitely used offset. Yes, here we go. So offset, move away from, so we're moving away from our target cell by 0 rows and 1 column. So how to articulate with that with offset? Well, with offset, firstly, we have the anchor point. So we're starting on data cell. Let's move the then here. Data cell dot offset. and then it's columns, then rows with offset. A positive number moves down with the columns, and a positive number with the rows moves across to the right. So 0 rows, we want to stay on the same row, then we just want to shuffle across a single column there. So the cell we're looping through is flat code retriever, and the cell to next door is target team. There we go. And just that, and then we need to say that. Just take a second to note here the different way we've articulated these. So because this is a hard-coded value, I'm feeling more and more nervous about this hard-coded value. Can you tell? Maybe before the end of the demonstration, we'll come back and improve this. But as I said, it's good to build it in a simple way first with static hard-coded values. But because this is a hard-coded value, we're looking for specific text, and this is not a variable we're using, we have the speech marks there. Compare this to this syntax. Because this is a variable, we're saying to VBA, find the value held in the variable. We don't need the speech marks there. Right. So we should be good to go. But what are we expecting to happen here? Well, I'm going to do what I hate doing in Excel, which is filtering data. Alt-A-T, so Control-Shift-Right, Control-Shift-Down on the Windows PC, Alt-A-T. Now, the first fixture, just to reinforce this, I think I've managed to memorize this, but to reinforce it, the first fixture we're looking for is Greyhound, and then the home team is going to be flat code retriever. So flat code retriever in column H and Greyhound in column I. This is the fixture we're looking for. How can we find it? With the filters, let's go ahead and just select flat code retriever, and then we can select Greyhound here. Hit OK, and this should identify 352. Alt-AC to clear the filters here. Now, this is the biggest test we've done so far, but if this works, then we're making good progress here. So Control-S, let's make sure we're saving the right files as well. I'm just saved the source data file. Control-S, going to save our generator file. Why is it important to save that file? Because that's where the code lives, of course. Cool. And I'm just double checking. I don't want to click through lots of message boxes, although now how many message boxes would this actually display? Because we've got a very specific criteria now. We've got 2 conditions. There would only actually be 3. There would be 3 qualifying fixtures, 1 per season now. So it wouldn't be a big disaster. And I'm going to go ahead and prove this and just take that. That's a bit of a risk. I'm going to go ahead and just take that message box off, but I've saved the file. Control-S, save the file. It's okay. Stop chatting away, Chris. Let's say yes. Those sheets being created. 352. I believe that's accurate. Flat code retriever versus Greyhound. 172. And then 142. So I'm just going to remember 142 here. So 142 on the last sheet in the data file, the third sheet, that should be the flat code retriever versus Greyhound fixture. I don't have a pen with me, but I would write that down with a pen. Now, we're going to go through. We don't have 3. We're going to have 12 message boxes here. Why is it 12 message boxes, not 3 message boxes? Well, it's 3 message boxes per team. 12, there we go. 3 message boxes per team, because each team, that fixture appears once on each sheet in the data file. Was it 142, that number? I didn't write it down, but let's go ahead into the source data file. Let's go to the 2023 season. Put these filters on again. So home is going to be flat code retriever. And then away is going to be Greyhound. I think it was 142. Well, we could always run the code again. Greyhound, okay. And we can see, yeah, we've got row 142 there. So just gradually building confidence, testing at every step. But we've got to a situation now where we're able to highlight the specific row that we're looking for. Now, I think next we should deal with this simplifying assumption we made that we'll always look at a home fixture. Yeah, next, let's look to build up the sophistication of the code. So it looks at the home fixture. It looks for flat code retriever at home if it is a home fixture. If it's an away fixture, it's going to look for flat code retriever away. And just think over the next couple of minutes, what techniques might help us to do that conceptually, what are we talking about there? What techniques might help us to do that? See in a second. So what ideas did you have for dealing with this home or away issue? Yes, we're going to have to significantly increase the sophistication of the code here. So we're going to experience a real step up in difficulty. But as always, just work along with me. And if this is as far as you get, seriously, there's some incredibly powerful stuff here. So just take your time. It might take a few days, weeks, months for these ideas to absorb, but it will be well worth it. So we got the idea of home and away, and let's talk it through conceptually what we're trying to do. We want different behavior. We want different logic if we're dealing with a home team or an away team. And let's go through and make the concept absolutely clear. So if it's a home team, we want to find a flat code retriever in the home column and the target team. So whatever team has been inputted here, we want to find in the away column. And if we're in away mode, if you like, then flat code retriever, we want to find in the away column, and the opposition team as inputted here, we want to find in the home column. So we can articulate that all logically. You know, the logic isn't too complex, but we do want different behavior. That's the tricky thing. How do we get the VBA to behave differently for those home and away teams? Well, the first thing we can do is create a sense of mode. We're asking Luna. Luna's come to sleep beside me, by the way. So if you hear her snoring, not too bad, is it? Being an analyst in the DFL, if you hear her snoring, apologies for that. But she can input right here if it's a home or away team. So the first thing we could do is create a sense of mode. Create a sense of mode. Are we currently dealing with a home team or an away team? How might you do that? Once again, pause the video. We just need to store some information, don't we? So we need a place to store this information about the sense of mode. So how would you do that? How would you store the information? Yes, a variable. A variable is a place to store information. What kind of variable would help us here? We've already covered the main variables, pretty much all the variables I use when I'm doing Excel VBA programming: integer variables for whole numbers, string variables for text, and then a few different object variables, so range and workbook in particular. But we've also covered the Boolean variable, of course. And the Boolean variable is true or false. So that's exactly what we need, because it's just a yes or no thing, isn't it? It's true or false. Are we in home mode? Are we not in home mode? And so let's go ahead and create that Boolean variable. That's all Boolean has. It's a value of true or false. Right, so we need to communicate that idea of mode, and put us into home or away mode. At what point in the code would we do that? Well, hopefully we can look at a point in the code, and this will take a while, and then we can explain what's actually going on in the spreadsheet at that point in the code. And you can build this understanding by stepping through the code, as we've done so many times in this demonstration. So when we're looping through these cells, we want to take a moment just to note down what's the value in the cell next door. Well, when we execute this line of code, that's looping down these cells. So, and we're actually allocating the team name to this target team variable as we did a few minutes ago. So when we're doing that, we also want to take the time to note, are we in home mode or away mode? So if generate a cell, so using that object variable again, now it's going to be an offset, isn't it? Because we want the cell next door. So we want to move 0 rows down, 1 column across, equals home, then home mode equals true. There we go. So another simple one-line conditional statement, but that's putting us into the mode, and that in turn is going to make the magic happen later in the routine, hopefully. Okay. So we've got a sense of mode here. Let's test this sense of mode. So I'm going to just put a breakpoint in the code here. Control S, save the file as usual, or F12 to back up the file under a different name. Going to run this process, and then we create our sheets as usual. Let's click back onto the generator sheet here. And I can see this line of code hasn't yet been executed. So what value is that home mode variable? It's currently false. Why is it currently false? That's a bit negative. Ted Lasso wouldn't like that. would he? It's a bit negative, but by default, Boolean variables are false. All variables have a value by default if you don't initialize them. And initializing them is adding a value to the variable. When you declare the variable, yes, a very, very complete coding approach, you'll do that. I don't think that's not usually necessary. But yeah, a Boolean variable is by default false. So when we execute this line of code, going to hit the F8 key, F8 one more time, and I can see home mode is now true. That's because we've got the home input there. I'm just going to switch off this message box, and then I want to see us looping through and hit the F8 key. Yes, okay. Yeah, that is problematic actually, the way I've done that. Right, so we came through the second time, and because our condition wasn't satisfied there, then we've just automatically stayed in home mode. So we don't want to do that. So that's just a basic problem with logic. What we can do here is just, let's say home mode equals false. So yeah, I should have done that initialization that I said we didn't need to do. So home mode equals false, so it will become false, and then if we are in home mode, it's going to tick over to true there. Okay, let's test this logic again. Hit create reports, run the report process, yes. Back to the generator sheet, going to hit the F8 key here. Okay, so home mode is true, and generator cell is currently Greyhound, so I can hover the cursor over the variable to find the value in that variable. Because it's a range variable, it's going to show me the value in the cell, which is the default property. The value property is the default property of the cell. That's why it's displaying that. So it's Greyhound. Greyhound is a home game. Fantastic. Let's play again. Hit the F8 key. Yeah, and you can see home mode is now away because this condition wasn't satisfied. We didn't execute the remainder of the conditional statement. Hitting play again. Yeah, and the third fixture is Poodle, and Poodle is a home fixture. So I'm happy so far with what's going on there. Cool. Right, so what are we going to change? We've got the sense of mode, but what do we need to change in each mode? Well, one thing we need to change is the column that we're looping through. And I did think between recording sessions here, there's different ways to do this. I'm not saying this is necessarily the most efficient. I think it's at the right level. It's the right level of sophistication. It's hopefully you'll be able to understand it, and it gives us exactly what we need. But there are other ways to do this, of course. So we want to loop through different columns. So once again, stop the video. How on earth are we going to do this? Yeah, if we're in one mode, we want to loop through this column. If we're in another mode, we want to loop through this column. How would you handle this? Well, could you just point out the line of code that we're going to have to control, we're going to have to adjust or tweak in order to get this done? Once again, we're using the skill here of looking at a line of code and then understanding what that line of code actually does in the spreadsheet. So we've got the technical stuff, we've got the code, and then the practical stuff, the stuff that's actually happening in the file. So it's going to be this line of code here, and hopefully that's fairly intuitive. You know, you could probably understand that's the line of code we need to change because we've got the references in there, in this case, column H. But that's only for home teams. Only in home teams we want column H. If it's away teams, we want column I. So how to deal with this? Right, well, we need a place to store information. We want to change that information. The information we want to change is the column that we're looping through. So let's create a place to store that information. I'm going to say target col. What kind of variable is it going to be? Well, it's going to be a string variable. Why is it a string variable? It's going to store text, and the text we're going to store, we can see it's text because it's in speech marks. The text we're going to store is the range of the cells that we want to loop through. So how to do this? Right. We're going to do it here. And I'm going to help myself with some annotations here. I should have said at the beginning of the video, I went through and I put some comments in the code. I've actually commented each line of code. That's to make it clearer what's going on, because we've reached a level of sophistication in this routine where, you know, I need a bit of assistance with what's going on. So I've gone through, I've just written in my native language what each line of code is doing. So I won't go through those now, but yeah, make sure you look at that commenting style, and it seems to work well. So home mode equals false. So let's assume away mode. Away mode. So if it's away mode, then home mode we're going to set to false, and then target col we're going to set to, well, if it's the away column we're looping through, we can see it highlighted in Excel here. It's going to be I5 to I384. 384. Okay. So we're initializing these variables as if we're in away mode. Right. But if we're in home mode, we want to do something different, don't we? We want to toggle that variable, make sure that variable is true, and this target column variable, what value do we want to go in? Well, this time we want column H here. And just note, yeah, we put a conditional statement in there, a multi-line conditional statement. That's setting things up if we're in home mode here. So we've currently got two variables that we want to control according to if we're working with a home or away team. Okay, and I'm just going to continue with my comments here. So I'm going to say toggle variable, and then this is input column range to loop through there, and I'm going to just duplicate this comment when I'm doing the same thing if we're in home mode. So if dealing with home team, if flat code retriever are at home. There we go. Okay, good. So we're getting the range into a variable there. So what's the really important change? Simple, but it's going to make a big difference to the code here. What would we want to do? Well, we'd want to change this value here. It's currently a hard-coded value. I did comment earlier in the demonstration that can be problematic. It's problematic in this case because we're dealing with home and away fixtures. So we can substitute in, hopefully, the name of the variable here, which is target col. There we go. Got our target col variable. So now what's going to happen? Interesting. And could we easily... Yeah, let's see if we can test this now. So what are we expecting to happen? Well, we've made a few changes there, haven't we? So we're certainly due a test. We don't want to store up the testing to the end. We want to test really pretty much every line of code you put in. You want to do a little test and keep your level of confidence in what's going on and your understanding high. So what's going to happen here? Well, the first team we look at, we should flash up the fixtures where flat code retriever are playing greyhound, and we're going to do that on each worksheet. So we're going to flash up 9 fixtures. No, we're going to flash up 3 fixtures. And then for the second fixture, the second input here, we're playing Great Dane away. So what would we expect to happen? Okay, wouldn't expect anything to happen at the moment. I've just spotted another detail we'd want to change. So looking at our conditional statement here, which identifies, is this a row we're interested in? Is this a row that we're going to want to get data on from our reports? What are we going to have to change here? So for home and away mode, we're going to have to make a change here. So this line of code is looking at the offset here. So it's offset 0, 1, so it's looking 1 column across. So if we're looking at column H, the offset is going to look at the value in column I. That's going to work, isn't it? If we're looking at home teams, that's going to work okay. But what if we're looking at away teams? And how could we deal with this? I'm wondering about this. So that's something else we want to change. So we need a little place to store that information. I'm going to say team offset. This is going to be an integer variable because it's going to store a whole number value. It's very simple. It's going to store a value of 1. If we're in home mode, we want to look 1 column to the right. Or what's the other value we want to store in this? Yep, it's going to be -1 because if we're in away mode, we're going to identify the away team. Remember, we're looping through column I. If we're in away mode, we've already set that up. So we want to look 1 column the other way. So it's the same idea. It's the same structure. So team offset, if we're in away mode, team offset equals -1 here. Now, I'm not absolutely sure if an integer can store a negative value. I'm not absolutely sure about that. So we're going to see, we're going to do a little test in a second. Team offset equals 1. If we're in home mode, we want to retain the functionality, if you like, that we've already set up. And we want to make sure that this value is equal to 1. So what's the minor but critical change that we want to make here? Okay, so now we've got team offset. Made some big changes there. So we're now moving away from something that's static and simple to something that's dynamic and sophisticated here. But hopefully, still not too much code, and hopefully you've been able to follow along so far. Right. What's going to happen? Well, let's do a test. So let's Control S, save the file. I've just put a breakpoint in here. So what are we expecting to happen? Let's go ahead and test. So run report process, yes. So message box data cell.row. So we've got row 352. So now we're looking at the first fixture, which is the home fixture. Then we've got 172, and then we've got 142. So we tested that in the previous video. I'm happy with that. That's the home fixture. Now we're looking at the away fixture. So 144 we've got, 344, and then finally, this is one I'll test, is 314 we've got here. But let's just see what's going on in the code. Target team is Poodle. So this must be the second Poodle. Okay, I thought it would be Great Dane. So what happened there? Yeah, we'll have to do some testing here and understand what's going on. Team offset equals 1. Target team is Poodle. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So I was expecting us to go to Great Dane, but we didn't get to Great Dane. There must be a reason for that. Let's try to understand. Let's try to understand what's going on here. So I'm going to play the routine again. Okay, so the first time we stop, what's the target column is column H, and the target team is Greyhounds. Okay, that makes sense. The second time we stop, so I'm going to play again. The second time we stop, so this is 172. So this should be the second season. So we're on the second worksheet. Oh, we're on the third sheet. Okay. Okay, the next time we stop, 142. Yeah, so that's the third time we've stopped. Now we've stopped again. So sheet number is 1. So we've gone back to the beginning of this loop because we moved on to the next team. Now, what's home away mode? Home mode equals false. That's right. So the target call is column I. That's correct. And target team is Great Dane. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to hit play again. So we've got 144, 344, and then finally, this is what I'm going to look for. 314 is the one I'm going to look for. So I think that's okay. Now, I think the reason I didn't understand what was going on there is, yes, now we've moved on to the next team, and target column is H5 to H384. Right, so how to test this? Let's go to the source data file. And now I'm going to look for, got flat coat retriever versus Greyhound here, Alt-AC to clear the filters. I'm going to look for flat coat retriever away. And specifically, I want that lucrative away fixture against Great Dane. So I'm going to select Great Dane here. Where is that in the data set? So it is on row 314. Now, is that the value we got? I think it was, but I'm going to go ahead and test it again. So do a lot of testing. As you can see, why not do one more test? Really build your confidence. So first few times, the first 3 times is for our first team. And now that's the third time. So now we should be on our away team here. So target team is Great Dane. So that was the first one. That was the second one, I believe. So now we're on sheet number 3. So this third one is 314. And we can go to the source data file and we can see, yeah, we've got 314 there. Okay, good. Let's keep testing. So I'm going to go through another 3. So we're now working through the next team in the file, which is a home team. And now we should be on the final one in the file, which is an away team. So we're on the second sheet now. And the target team is Beagle. I'm going to hit play again. Row 5 and play again, 3, 5, 5. And again, 3, 5, 2. I think I've gone back around to the start here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, rather than stepping through this, I'm going to remove this breakpoint, and then we're going to create reports. I'm just interested in the last message box here. So we're going to have 12 message boxes flash up. I'm just going to work through them. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 gave me a value of 355. Okay, 355. So let's test that. What is that last value we're getting? The last value we're getting should be Beagle away, and it's the last value, so it's on the first, second, third sheet in the data file, and it was 355, I think. Oh, I really should write these things down. Right. So Alt-A-C, so flat coat retriever are away. I didn't need to remove all of the filters. I just needed to clear the home filter, actually, didn't I? And then it's Beagle. And then we're expecting this to be on row 355. Seems to be working. Okay, so there we've done some really sophisticated, some dynamic position control there. We've managed to create the sense of mode, and then we're using variables here. Variables to store the values that change for the home and away mode, and then just substituting those hard-coded values. So remember here, we used to have that hard-coded range, H5 to H384, substituted in that variable, and that's the mechanism. That's the mechanism that facilitates that beautiful dynamic quality, switching from one mode to the other there. Cool, so we seem to be identifying the fixtures. So what's the thing to think about before our next installment is, what data do we want to get in? So we don't just want to identify the roads, do we? We want to think, what data do we want to bring across? We want to bring across the match day. We want to bring across the result. So we're talking about data transfer there. How are we going to do that? I'll see in a second. So it's time to deal with what I call data transfer. And yeah, it is what it is, really. We're just taking some data from one file to another file. But it's interesting for me with VBA because it's one of the real strengths with VBA, something you commonly want to do in Excel. You want to get data from one file or from one sheet to another. There's various ways to do that. You can, for example, you can link to worksheets using a formula. You could use something like Power Query. You might be able to use Excel's dynamic array formulae. But all of these involve some kind of link between the two workbooks or between the two sheets, which gives you things like, you'll have the notification when you open the file saying that there's data links to other files. So they're not particularly clean. They're not lean and mean, these solutions, and VBA is super lean and mean. We can do that data transfer with no data link left over, and that is why I love doing data transfer with Excel VBA. So what specifically do we want to do? Well, in the previous session, we were working around this message box that we've used for testing, and we know if we're getting into this part of the code, we've satisfied the conditions, which is the away or the home team is flat coat retriever, depending on if we're in home or away mode. You can see that in the previous session, all of that explained. And then if the target team, so the opposition team that we're looking for, Greyhound, Great Dane, Poodle or Beagle, or whatever Luna chooses to enter in here according to the month's fixtures, if the target team is also in the right column, home or away, then we're going to go into this area. This is where we want to do our data transfer. So I'm going to put an annotation in here, do data transfer here. Okay, so what's the basic concept here? Well, it's an A equals B operation. And B or A, let's start with A. Makes sense, doesn't it? Start with A. A is the destination. A is the destination and B is the origin. So A is where we want the data to go and B is where the data is coming from. So where do we want the data to go? Let's start building up this syntax step by step. Data transfer syntax, incredibly powerful, but also tricky to build up. So as always, let's take an intermediary step. Let's do something easy first. Let's get started with the syntax. So we're transferring data across workbooks. So we need to be clear about which workbook we're talking about. I'm going to say this workbook, and we've seen this syntax several times in this task already. This workbook means the workbook in which the code resides. And we've got the basic idea of using a master workbook to create these reports for Luna. This master workbook contains the code. We can remind ourselves of that by looking in the VBA editor. You can see it's called the 7 things file. This is our master file name. So this workbook, we want this to be the destination. And yes, this workbook syntax is exactly what we want. Then .sheets. Okay, it's going to get a little bit trickier now, but that's okay. It's going to get trickier because, well, if we're processing Greyhound, we want to go to the Greyhound sheet and then the Great Dane sheet, then the Poodle and then the Beagle sheet. So how to deal with that? Well, that's tricky, isn't it? We need some dynamic quality there, but dynamic quality, it's tricky to code. So let's do it just very simply to begin with. Let's do it in a static way. Then we'll think about building in the dynamic quality later. So by putting the 3 in there, we're using the sheet index number, as we've done many times in this demonstration already. And this should take us to the 3rd sheet in the file. Okay, so building things up step by step. Now, once again, in terms of the data transfer, we want to bring in three lines of data, if you like. One for the 2023 season, one for 2022, and one for 2021. Let's go back to the source data workbook, and let's just remind ourselves. You can see just below me down here, you can see the 3 sheets. So 2021, 2022, 2023. So 1 row of data from each of those sheets onto each row here. Now, once again, that's tricky. There's going to have to be some dynamic quality there. We're going to have to control which row we're going to. That's difficult, so let's do it later. Let's just set up the basic syntax here. So sheets 3, I'm going to say .range D10 here. So why D10? Well, D10, let's go D9 actually. D9, looking at our template sheet here, and this one is for Team Greyhound. It's the first cell that is going to take some input data. Now, clearly, we're going to have to reference other cells, and we're going to have to find a dynamic way to do that. Let's do that later. Let's get the basic syntax set up first. So what we're expecting to happen is for some data to appear in D9 on the Greyhound sheet here. Right. So we've got our A equals B operation, origin, destination equals origin, A being the destination, B being the origin. So we've dealt with the destination. I'm going to put a space and an underscore here. That's just for display purposes. You don't have to do that. That allows me to continue the same line of code on the line below. So the origin, how are we going to define that? Well, we can't use this workbook because that's referring to the workbook that the code is in. But we do have this variable here. We do have this module level variable at the top of Excel, source name. Now, source name, we dealt with earlier in the demonstration. It's a module level variable. And we can see, yes, we actually define the source name here. And you can go back, and this is one of the routines we work through when we run the report process. So what it means is in the background, Excel knows the name of the source workbook file, and we can see it referenced here as well. So if we say, in fact, I'm just going to go ahead. In fact, right, I can see we've got a with and with statement there. So yeah, we can just go ahead and just put a dot in here. We can just put a dot in. What's that going to do? Well, whatever we put after the dot, and the dot is crucial, make sure you don't forget the dot, but whatever we put after the dot, Excel will attempt to concatenate, to join together with the top of the with statement there. So we're effectively working from this point in terms of the syntax. So this is very useful for us. This is going to take us onto the data sheet. And then we want to get data from a particular row on the data sheet. Okay, so once again, yeah, if this feels complex, you could just do something as easy as saying, you know, range A1 or dot range A1. And then maybe write some data into the A1 sheet, or maybe not A1, maybe you'd go for H5, which is the first sheet that has the first cell that has data in. This will be a great little test to get started with. We're going to do something a little bit more sophisticated to test, but this is just your basic construct, A equals B operation, and you're proving that it's working in a very basic way. And once you've proven that the basic stuff works, you can then build up the sophistication of this syntax. We're going to do something a little bit different here. We're going to go for dot cells. I was thinking how to do this. There's two main techniques when we're dealing with what we call position control. Position control in Excel VBA and position control usually means offset. So moving away from an anchor cell by a certain number of rows and by a certain number of columns. And we've dealt with offset, 3 or 4 times already in this demonstration. Dot cells also very useful for position control. What's the idea of dot cells? Well, cells allows us to use, I'm just going to go ahead and put this in as a demonstration. Cells allows us to use numbers to refer to a cell. Now that's really useful, particularly useful when referring to columns, because columns, of course, are referenced in Excel using letters. So that's difficult to control. Because as we saw previously, when we're using offset, we're putting a value of 1 or -1 in here. We want to be able to use numbers to control the column that we're talking about. And that just opens up a world of possibilities in terms of position control. Clearly, if we're using letters to refer to columns, we can't add numbers, subtract numbers, so we lose a lot of that position control. That's why I'd recommend the dot cells technique. Is it absolutely necessary? No, you can always get things done using offset, but it is easier in some ways, allows you to do more powerful things. So what would this do? Well, I previously suggested just getting the value from H5. So how would we refer to H5 using dot cells? Stop the video, think about that one. Well, dot cells is rows, then columns. It's always rows, then columns in Excel. So if we want H5, then, well, it's the 5th row down. That's fairly clear from H5, isn't it? And then what's the column number here? Well, I often use the column formula for this. So you can just type in the column formula. I'm going to hit Control R, and that's going to show you the column numbers. Now, over the years, I've got quite good at memorizing the sequence number of a letter in the alphabet. I know that J is 10. I always seem to work from 10, so I knew that H would be 8. So over time, you'll naturally memorize them, but the column formula, can be useful for that. So to refer to H5, for example, if we said 5, 8, this would bring in the value from H5. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do a quick test here. So Control S, save the file. Well, make sure you're on our master file. So the master file is now the active file. Going to hit Control S and save that. What are we expecting to happen? So before we do a test, always have a little hypothesis. This is what we're expecting to happen. We're expecting the value from 5, 8, cells 5, 8, which is cells 8, 5, to go into the Greyhound worksheet. Why is it the Greyhound worksheet? Because we've hard-coded, we put some static code in there to reference the 3rd worksheet in the file. So what we'd expect to happen is a value to appear in here. What specific value is it going to be though? Because in the data, the source data file, we've got 3 worksheets in here. That's something to think about, isn't it? Maybe stop the video and think about that. Well, it's going to be the value from the 3rd sheet. And I'll just go Alt-AC here. So I'm expecting the value of Greyhound. By coincidence, it is Greyhound. I'm expecting the value of Greyhound to appear there. Now, the other values, so H5 on the 2022 season, which is Beagle, H5 on the 2021 season, which also happens to be Beagle, those values will go in, but those values will be overwritten. They'll be overwritten by VBA. And let's see if we can illustrate this. I'm going to go ahead, put our breakpoint in there. I'm going to hit play. Now what's going to happen? No, we can't hit play, can we? We've got to run all of the supporting routines here. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit create reports here. Run the report process. Yes, please. Okay, great. So we're going to go to the Greyhound sheet. So this is another demonstration of the power of VBA's testing mechanisms. I can actually go to the workbook and change sheets on the workbook in order to understand what's going on. And remember, because of our remote referencing approach that we've used in this exercise, it doesn't matter what workbook is active. It doesn't matter what sheet is active. That's the approach that I recommend you adopt in your VBA programming. So you're not depending on a certain sheet or a certain workbook to be active. That won't always happen. So we're on the third sheet in the file, we're expecting a value to appear here, and I believe it's Beagle. So I'm going to go ahead and hit F8, and we can see Beagle coming in there. Fantastic. Going to hit F5 again. F5 is going to play the routine, and it will play it until there's a reason to stop, and the reason to stop is when it gets to the next breakpoint. What are we expecting to happen? Well, the value on the second file, the second sheet in the source data file was also Beagle. So I've hit F8, that code is executed, but nothing has seemed to have happened. Nothing seems to have happened because it's just overwritten a value of Beagle. Now we're on sheet 3. So what are we expecting to happen? Well, that value of Greyhound should now come into the spreadsheet. Do you see that? So how's that data transfer? Not just between worksheets, but actually between files. You can click on this cell. There's no formula. There's no Power Query. There's no annoying warnings flashing up when you open up the file about data links. This is the power of VBA. Clean, lean, and mean. Right, what are we expecting to happen now if I continue with this routine? What's going to happen? Well, now we're going back to Beagle because now we're on the second team. Remember, we're reporting on 4 teams. You can see Great Dane is the next team to report. So now that value of Beagle, which is on H5 in the first sheet in the source data file, that's gone in. Now it's gone in again from the second sheet. What's going to happen now? We're now on the third sheet, and you can guess we've got Greyhound coming in again. So just take your time. Just take your time to understand what's going on there. We've only got a fairly short line of code, you could say, well, relative to what we've been dealing with in this demonstration. But really take the time to understand that. Try changing the sheet index number. What happens? You could use 4, 5, or 6, or 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, or 6 there. Try changing the origin data cell, where we're using dot cells. Really take the time to absolutely convince yourself of what's going on here, because data transfer, difficult to understand, but so incredibly powerful if you can start doing it with VBA. Good. So we've got a basic static coding structure, seems to be working for that data transfer. So what do we need to do next? Well, let's look through it. What parts of this code do we want to make dynamic? There's a few different things to look at here. Okay, so firstly, there's the worksheet. So we said, we want to go to the Greyhound sheet first. But then we want to go to the next sheet in the file, which in this case is Great Dane, but because of the dynamic approach, it could be whatever team that Luna's looking for, whatever team name she's inputted on the template sheet. So we need a way to work through these sheets. So that's the first thing we've got to do dynamically. Could you have a think about that maybe? I've got a few ideas for that. We'll talk about that in just a second. What else do we want to change? Well, we need to change this data input here. The data input cell, because we don't want to put everything in D9, do we? Well, firstly, we want the match day in D9, then we want the result in E9. And let's go ahead and look in the data source file. So the match day is in M. So I'm going to go ahead now, use that column formula to find the number there. So we want a value from column 13 first, but we want another value, don't we? We want the results, which is over in column 14. Okay. So this line of code, we're going to repeat it. Because for each piece of data that we want to be transferred, well, no, you could do this using a single line of data and you could bring 2 cells in. We're going to do 2 separate operations here. Okay. And that won't make a difference because it's only a relatively short routine in terms of what VBA can do. It's not going to make a discernible difference there. So we'd actually want two operations there, two lines of code. What else do we want to make dynamic? Yeah, so talking again about where the data is going to go. Yeah, we've got 3 games. So we want the first game to go on the first row, second game to go on the second row, and the third game to go on the third row. And then the corresponding results, we also need those to move down. So once again, could you take notes on that? What ideas do you have to help us there? Could we use offset, for example? And if we're using offset, what tools, what variables have we got? I can see one on the screen now that would allow us to achieve the effect of going down a row for each fixture there. Interesting stuff to think about. Yeah. So we've talked about ideas for dynamic quality for the destination, but what about the origin? The origin's also got to be dynamic. For example, the row number we've hard-coded there with the 5, we don't want that to be hard-coded. But previously we were doing a test using datacell.row. Remember, we're using the data cell variable to loop through all of the rows in the data, in the source data worksheets. So what role might that variable play? And datacell.row, where would that go in this syntax? Right. And then once again, we don't want anything from column 8. You know, column 8 is in the data source file. Column 8 would just give us the home team. That's not what we want. So we would want to change this column number as well. So before the next session, we've got 5 or 6 things we want to do dynamically there. Just try to think conceptually about this. Don't worry so much about the syntax, although we'll see in the next session when we put the syntax in, it's just a case of substitution. And this is the power of doing things in an easy and static way first. We can pretty much just substitute over these values something more dynamic, although for the destination here, we're going to use offsets. So we're going to have to add a little more code to the destination. But we're in a much stronger position because we've taken that intermediary step and we've managed to get the data transfer working, not doing anything interesting yet, but it gives us something. It gives us a blueprint, a basis to work with, a basis to work with. And that's so much better than having nothing to work with and trying to do everything dynamically straight away, trying to build in all that sophisticated code. That's too difficult for me. I wouldn't do it that way. I'll do something very simple first, and I recommend you take that approach through all of your VBA coding. I'll see you in a sec. So the first thing we're going to look to do is to get this data going onto the correct worksheet in our master file here. So we've got the Greyhound worksheet, Great Dane, Poodle, and Beagle. Clearly, we want data going into each of these worksheets. We don't want to just put all of the data on the Greyhound sheet as we've done with our little test. So my question is, how to do that? What ideas do you have for doing that? Now, you could do this perhaps using the sheet index number. In the previous demonstration, I spoke about dot cells and the power of using numbers to refer to stuff in Excel because you can add and subtract from numbers. You could do something with the sheet index number. Each time you work through the main loop, the containing loop, which is going to work through each team in the file, you could maybe increment this number up by 1, and that would have the effect of working through sheets in the file. So that's a possible approach, but I think I've got a better idea. Because the sheet name that we want to work with, that's already accessible to us. It's already accessible to us because it's being stored somewhere. And remember, variables are just places to store information. This variable, we've already created a little slot in the computer's memory to record the name of the target team. It says target team equals generator cell. So an A equals B operation. What's generator cell? Well, I can see from our syntax here, we're looping through G teams, and I can go to G teams in this file, and that shows me, okay, so that target team variable should hold the team name. Why is that interesting to us? Well, the team name is used on the worksheet for that team. So, what about this? So just overwriting, as I said in the previous video, target team there. It should just be a case of overwriting, substituting in more powerful dynamic constructs over these static pieces of code. Right. So target team there. Is this going to work? Interesting. Control S, save the file. So let's do a little test. Let's have a hypothesis. What we'd like to see is for each sheet in the file, I just want to see something on each sheet in the file, and it's going to go into cell D9 because that's been hard coded here. But hopefully we'll see something on each sheet, each of our report sheets here. Create reports, run the report process. So I'm not using any breakpoints or anything. We're running through the whole thing. You can see the process is complete, and I'm going to look at these report sheets. So Beagle, yes, that's a success. There's something on that sheet. Poodle, there's something on that sheet, and Greyhound, there's something on that sheet too. Cool. So seems to have worked well. So that's our first bit of dynamic quality. That seems to be working fine. Right. What do we need to do next? Well, the next thing, it would be great to have something, a piece of data on each row here. Piece of data coming into the first row. What's happening is that data is being overwritten 3 times. So we can't, that's not really discernible. We can't easily see that, but when we step through the code as we did last time, you can understand that's happening. That's being overwritten 3 times. We don't want that. We want a piece of data here, piece of data here, piece of data here. So stop the video. What ideas do you have for doing that? We're going to use a technique we've used before, and then we're going to combine that with a variable, I think, although admittedly it's still taking shape in my mind. So we don't want to just stay on cell D9. We want to move away from the offset method. Offset means move away from. We want to move away from D9 by a number of rows. The first time we want to move away 0 rows, second time 1 row, third time we want to move through 2 rows here, move down 2 rows. So we're going to use offset. What else would help us here? You can see with the previous substitution we made, bringing in target team, we had a variable to help us. So what variable would help us in this situation? You could go through the variables, just refresh yourself on the role of each. So what about the sheet number variable? The sheet number variable we're using to loop through each sheet in the source data file. That's the main role of the variable, but it's very useful for us as well because in this situation, because for each sheet in the file, we want to move down one row here. Is that what we want to do? Because the first sheet is 2021 actually, and we've got 2023 first. Okay, so we need to think about this slightly differently. So we want 2021 to go in first. So I'm going to change our anchor points. I'm going to change to D11. Then we want to offset, move away from that by, I'm going to say minus sheet number plus 1 here. How to get this all displaying for you? I'm going to say minus sheet number plus 1. 0, something like that. Where does that get us? So remember with offset, we've got 2 slots here. The first slot controls the number of rows. So the first time we come through this loop, what's the value of the sheet variable going to be? Well, it's going to be 1. We can see that clearly. We're going to work through 1 to 3. It's a for next loop here. So the first time we come through, the value of sheet number is going to be 1. So minus 1, because you can see we put the little negative sign there, don't miss that. Minus 1 plus 1 is 0. So we should offset by 0 rows and 0 columns. Yeah. So in other words, we're going to be in cell D11. So why on earth would you do that? You could just put cell D11. Well, you'll see the next time we come through the loop, sheet number is going to be 2. So minus 2 plus 1 gives us minus 1. So minus 1 is going to move us 1 row up. And then the third time we come through, sheet number 1 to 3, the third time we come through, sheet number will equal 3. Minus 3 plus 1, that gives us minus 2. That should take us to the top row here. This is where things are really getting exciting now. Yeah, because we're able to pick up the pace because we've spent a lot of time working through this rationally in a systematic way. Now suddenly we're going to start feeling this synergy. Things are going to start coming together quickly. So quick test. What's our hypothesis for what's going to happen? Well, we're hoping we're going to get some data on each row now. So not only are we populating each sheet, which we did previously with the target team variable, we're going to hopefully populate each row on that sheet. What do you think is going to happen? Let's give it a go. This is where it gets exciting. And it doesn't matter if it doesn't work first time. It doesn't often work first time, but that's when you get into your testing mode. Breakpoint, stepping through the code, seeing what's happening in Excel, make a tweak, a hypothesis, see what happens. That's why testing is a meta skill. It's so important. And you've got to bear in mind, I've been doing this for about 12 years. I've built these constructs, hundreds, thousands of times on real world projects. So, I've got a high degree of fluency here. But you see, I still make mistakes. I quite enjoy making mistakes because I know I'm going to learn something. And I know because of my testing, I'll be able to get there in the end. That's why you've got to really work on your testing. Right. Beagle, Beagle, Greyhound we've got. We've got the same on each of the reporting sheets. So why is it Beagle, Beagle, Greyhound? Well, we can see 2021, cell H5. Remember, we're using dot cells to refer to cell H5 in our data origin slot here. It's an A equals B operation, destination equals origin. So Beagle on 2021. It's Beagle on 2022 and it's Beagle on 2023. And Greyhound is Greyhound on 2023. So is that being reflected? Yes, it is. Very good. Okay. So we're definitely getting there, aren't we? What else would we have to do here? So let's deal with this static reference now. So we're just going through our hard-coded values, our statically coded coding, and we're substituting in something more dynamic. So here, we said, we don't want to hard code the row there. So once again, a variable is going to help us here. And it's the variable we used previously here. So the data cell variable is looping through each cell. So here I'm benefiting from having put some annotations in. And as I've said previously in this demonstration, if I was doing this in the real world, I would annotate every line of code, but I'm trying to pick up the pace a little bit because I know it must be difficult listening to me go on. So can we use that data cell variable, and can we use data cell.row? Can we use the row property there? And this is another reason I like using dot cells, because we can just use the row property of a variable we're using to loop through cells, and that gives us a number, that gives us the row. And then do we want column 8? Well, we want the match day first, don't we? So what column number is the match day in? Let's go across here, and it's in column M, which is column 13. We used the column formula last time to calculate that. Good. So what do we think? Is this going to work? What's our hypothesis then before we do this test? Well, we're expecting the match day number to come in here. Okay. So this should be good progress for us. And after this test will take a bit of testing. It will take us a bit of time to understand if this test has worked. So Control S, save the file. Let's run the whole routine. Okay, fantastic. So Beagle away. What are we saying? We're saying in 2023, Flatcoat Retriever at home played Beagle away on match day 36. Let's go and do a test. So season 2023, Flatcoat Retriever at home. So let's put that filter on first, Beagle away. And we're saying that, match day 17. Not what we expected. So what's happened there? Was it Beagle? Yes, it was Beagle. Okay, match day 36. That definitely says match day 17. Okay, that's not quite what we expected. So why is that? Data cell.row 23. Okay, let's see if we've got the same results for the others. So that's not quite what we expected. Okay, so I'm in full testing mode now. I did expect that to work. So am I looking at the right sheet in the file? Yep, the 2023 season. Is it just because I got the wrong order there? So Beagle away means flat coat retriever is away and Beagle is, of course. Okay. Yep. So when you're doing testing, the most common reason something hasn't worked is that you've missed something silly, which I just did then, Alt-AC. So it should be flat coat retriever away. Flat coat retriever away, and then Beagle at home. Okay, what match day? That gives us match day 36. Yep. So back to our report sheet, we can say match day 36. Okay, for Beagle away. Let's test another one. So let's go to Great Dane. So Great Dane away. So flat coat retriever will be the away team, Chris. Get this right. I'm sure you got that right. I didn't. Match day 31. So in fact, let's go for the 2021 season, match day 14. So 2021, flat coat retriever away. Okay, and then, was it Great Dane? I think so, and that gives us match day 14. Correct. Okay, let's test one of Poodles. So 2022, we haven't done any testing on 2022 yet. Let's go ahead and look. Poodle at home. So flat coat retriever will be the home team here in 2022. Alt-AT to put the filters on here. And then let's type in flat here. Flat coat retriever, the home team. And then Poodle. Poodle are quite strong, I believe, in the Doggy Football League. So look out for them. Poodle. So that gives us match day 15. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so that does seem to be working well. Good. Right, so finally, we've substituted in our dynamic mechanisms there, but we do want an additional piece of data. And as I said in the previous session, we could dynamically define 2 cells and then bring 2 cells in. That would be possible, but that goes into dynamic range definition, and that's going to put me down a rabbit hole that's going to take another 2 hours probably. So we don't need that level of dynamic range definition for this job. If you needed that from this demonstration, you would probably be able to do that. And we've got many videos on the channel as well about dynamic range definition in Excel VBA. So we need another piece of data here. Okay, so this is a nice exercise again. So we just need to make a few adjustments here. I'm going to help myself with some annotations here. So this is bringing in the match day. And this second one is bringing in the results. Okay, so the result, which column number is that in? Going over to the source data file. And I can see that's in column 14. So just very easy, substitute that in, 1, 4. And then there's something else we need to do, isn't there? Because we want the match day to go in 1 column across. So what part of the syntax are we going to have to change? This first piece of syntax controls the destination, of course. And we're offsetting from cell D11. So all we have to do is go an additional column across. With offset, it's rows and then columns. So here, a positive number will take us to the right. The column numbers go up as we go to the right, of course. So that should take us 1 cell across, and that should bring the result in. And that does put us pretty close, guys. It does put us pretty close to what we need. What else would we want to do with this task? Trying to think. That gets us pretty close. So let's have another test here. Back to the generator sheet. Saving the file here. Going to hit create reports. Run the report process. Yes. How fast is that? The power of Excel VBA. So 2023, it was an absolute thriller in 2023. Flat coat retriever 4, Beagle 3, and away win for flat coats. So match day 36 in 2023. So 2023, we've also already got the filters on, and I can see, yes, the 3-4 thriller victory is there. And then for Poodle, So Poodle in 2022 is flat code retriever 1, Poodle nil. Yep, that's come in, okay. And then let's look at the one we were testing on 2021. Yeah, Great Dane and flat code retriever. Great Dane, it was a 0-0 4 draw, and I can see that that's come through there. Is that right for Poodle, or is that Great Dane? Let's have a look. No, it's Great Dane. Great Dane in 2021 was also 0-0. Great Dane 2021. Yeah, it was 0-0. Okay, good. So seems to be working okay, and I'm thinking, does that get us close? Let's go back to our briefing here. Does that get us close in terms of the requirements? I know we've got to do PDF. We've got to do PDF, and we've got to get some kind of email functionality in. I know we've got to do that, but the main functionality, I think, is now covered. Yeah, we've got facility to work with a different Excel file, because remember, Luna is able to designate what file to work with there. You just put the file name in. So some beautiful dynamic quality there. Fixtures against this month's opposition. Yep, so Luna's able to enter the team names there. I've got a point about that in a second that we'll come to do with data validation. The match location, home or away matters. Yes, we've accounted for that because Luna can type in home or away here, and we've seen in the functionality, the dynamic functionality using offset to facilitate that. Yeah, the tool should identify only home or away matches. Historic matches against opposition should be displayed as an individual report. Yes, that's happening. To be saved as a PDF to a file location of Luna's choosing. Okay, so that's the next thing we're going to do. That's what we'll do in the next video, and that's a bit different. Yes, we'll do that with VBA, but it's not just organically coded VBA. We've been doing things like position control, dot cells, offset, data transfer, all incredibly powerful stuff. But getting the PDF code, that puts us in a slightly different mode. We'll use the macro recorder to do that. You'll see that in the next session. But just to finish off this session, what's our code dependent on here? Well, one of the things it's dependent on, so one of the assumptions that we've made, and it's an implicit assumption at the moment, we haven't actually written it down to make it explicit, but our assumption here is that home or away will be accurately entered into these cells. Another assumption is that the team name will be accurately entered into these cells. So to get VBA working with maximum power and control, you actually combine it. You do combine it in some instances with the workbook, with workbook mechanisms, and one mechanism you really have to combine it with to ensure it's going to be robust is data validation. Data validation, because if the user, say misses a letter off here or something, then that's going to give suboptimal results. I mean, the code wouldn't crash. We've written it in a way that's robust enough for it not to crash, but it might get results that they don't expect. Okay, so how can we help guard against that? Using data validation. So Alt-A-V-V on the Windows PC, because data validation is going to give us control. It's going to give us control over the values that are entered into a cell. If we can guarantee particular values are entered, we should be able to guarantee that the VBA code is going to work. So in this cell, I just want a drop-down menu, and I'm going to do my shorthand drop-down menu technique here, because it's only 2 values, so we can just type in home or away there. We don't need to put those values in the file and then reference those values as we're going to do with the other drop-down list in a second. So that's just home or away there. And there we go, perfect. So that guarantees we're going to have that value in the cell. It might be problematic if no value is inputted. I'll probably trust the user to spot that. We could put a mechanism in the code, and we won't do this because this is really a high-level concern. But you could put a mechanism in the code to check that there's values in all of these cells. If there aren't values in all of these cells, then you could flash up a message box saying not ready to run the routine. You need to input values in the home and away cells. You could do that quite comfortably from the code that we've already written in the VBA editor. So combining VBA with some workbook facilities and mechanisms, yes. So data validation here. What about the team name? Well, we want the same thing really. We want to be able to guarantee that, for example, the spelling is accurate on the team names there. So how to do that? Well, if we could get a unique team list, a list of unique values, then we'll be able to put that in the file and use it in the validation mechanism here. So how to do that? Well, I'm on Excel 365, so I can access the unique formula. So this gives me a unique list of teams. I've just selected the whole home team column there. This gives me my unique team list. I can then combine this with sort, and it's going to give me an alphabetically sorted team list there. There we go. Okay. So I can take this now, Control C. Now, where would you put it in this file? I mean, I was just thinking about this. This is why my explanation slowed down. Yeah, okay, for the purposes of the demonstration, I'm just going to put the team list here. Okay, but you could argue that the user shouldn't be able to see the team list, perhaps because you wouldn't want them to accidentally change a value or something. I'm just going to put it on this sheet. Now, if you wanted to put the team list in a place that's not easily accessible, you'd have to have another sheet in the file, yeah? And that sheet you could hide, for example, and that would mean the list isn't accessible, but that will put another sheet into the file, yeah? And that might complicate the coding, and I don't want to have to. I want to keep this demonstration as short as possible. I think we're already up to 4 hours here. So I'm not going to do that, but just bear that in mind. You could put another sheet in the file. Then you might have to update just a couple of things in the code. That sheet index number, for example, the report sheets are going to be from slots 4 until 7 rather than from slots 3 until 6. So just bear that in mind. I'm going to go Control V and V here, bring those values in. Then I'm going to say this is the team list. I'm going to take this formatting down. So Control C here, then Control Alt V and T for the formats, and something like that I think is absolutely fine. Let's just get some highlights, some bold in here. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm still here, just so you can see what's going on. Yeah, and then in these cells, Alt AVV on the Windows PC. So now we want the list, and then we can just go ahead and Control Shift down there, and we can put the data validation in. I can see the data validation there now. So that does involve some assumptions, of course. So we made the assumption there that the team names are accurate. We've made the assumption, for example, that the teams in the Doggy Football League don't change from one season to the next, and that probably isn't realistic. Certainly in the UK football leagues, well, in all football leagues in the world, as far as I know, there's promotion and relegation, so the teams would change. So that's the kind of thing, yeah, and that you're just going to have to think about, and you know, all of that is possible. You'll just have to go through the whole data file. Well, what I would do in that situation, I'll take the home team data from each of the seasons, just manually copy it into one column, and then do it with the unique formula again. And that would guarantee that I get all of the teams I need, all of the teams that Luna would want to input here. Good. But the main point here is we're using a mechanism in the workbook, in the worksheet, in this case, data validation, combining that with VBA to make VBA even more powerful. So in the next session, we'll continue through our requirements, and we'll see, can we save one of these reports to a PDF, and then can we save the PDF to a file location on the PC of Luna's choosing. I'll see you in a minute. So we've got to deal now with converting parts of our Excel file into PDFs, saving those PDFs to the system, and then potentially sending an email to notify other people in the organization that these PDFs are ready. So firstly, creating PDFs. How are we going to go about this task? Well, in order to think about that, let's remind ourselves of the 3 sources of code. We spoke about these earlier in the demonstration, must be about 3 or 4 hours ago. What are the 3 sources of code, the 3 places that you might generate code, that you might get code from? Well, we've got organic code, recycled code, and recorded code. So organic code is writing code yourself. So that's pretty much what we've been doing most of this demonstration. And certain constructs in VBA like loops and conditional statements, both of which we've been using heavily, generally you have to write those organically for your particular situation. But it's not going to help us particularly with generating PDFs. But the second source of code, which is recycling code, that could be really helpful for generating PDFs. And if I was working on this on a project, I'd go to another file I've got because it's something I've done hundreds of times over the years, generated a PDF. So I'd go to another file and just copy the VBA into this file and then adapt it for this purpose. But I'm going to assume, we don't have access to that recycled code. So we're going to try recording the code. The third source of code is using the incredibly useful facility in Excel to get the macro recorder going. Do in Excel what we want to do. In this case, we want to create our PDF, and then the macro recorder converts those actions to VBA code that we can subsequently review, tweak, improve, and move around the VBA editor. So 3 sources of code, recorded code. Let's go. Developer tab, macro recorder. And a macro name, as always, an informative name, something like PDF test will tell me when we go into the VBA editor that this is the macro I want to look at for this PDF code. Okay, going to go ahead and hit OK and just take the time to note we're now recording code. It's not particularly clear we're recording code, but it does say stop recording on the developer tab. And if you're very observant, you might spot that in the bottom left corner, we now have a stop symbol down there. So we've got to remember to stop the macro recorder once we've done what we want to do. So I'm going to go to the first sheet that we'd want to convert to a PDF. And first I'm going to deal with the print area. I'm not sure if this is absolutely necessary, but it will give us a bit of flexibility in the VBA editor later to adjust the range on the sheet that's being converted to PDF. Now, in our situation, it's pretty much fixed. We've got 3 results that we want to convert, but if you had a variable amount of data going into this worksheet, 5, 10, who knows, 200 results, then you'd want to control that print area, and you could do that dynamically. And we don't go much into dynamic code in this demonstration, but on the YouTube channel, we've got many demonstrations of dynamic VBA code for position control. So with that said, let's get the page break review open. And let's just adjust the area that Excel has put into the page break review there. So this of course is the area that Excel will try to print. And I can't remember the last time I actually tried to print a spreadsheet. I don't own a printer these days, but something I do is convert to PDF a lot. So when Excel converts to PDF, this is the area that Excel is going to try to convert. So we've configured the print area, and that action should be converted to VBA2, so we can review, tweak that in the VBA editor. So that's done. Let's hit the F12 key on the Windows PC, save as, and let's go for PDF. And then make sure you go for the options here, because by default, Excel's going to save the whole workbook here. Let's go for active sheets. Now, why should active sheets work in this situation? Well, remember how our process works. We're copying that template sheet, pasting it back into the file at the end of the file. It then becomes the active sheet. The data should come in from the source data file, and then we should be in a position to convert the active sheet to PDF. This conceptually is how I think it will work. And remember, the concept's got to be absolutely clear to get the technical stuff right. So I'm going to stick with active sheet, and it might work, might not work. That's what it's like. VBA development, if it doesn't work, then we can just go back in and tweak it. So I'm going to call it test PDF save 1, something like that. You could just call it PDF 1. You don't have to be so verbose about it there. And I can see over in Windows Explorer, just off your screen, a PDF has duly appeared, and yeah, it looks pretty good. Well, I'm very happy with that. That's perfect. Displays nicely. It's a good size, and I think that will do the job for us. So got to remember now to stop the macro recorder. So we're going to go ahead and hit stop recording, and our next job is to try to locate that code in the VBA editor. Now, when you use the macro recorder, what we usually find is Excel creates a module to put that recorded code in. So I'm going to double click here, and this is what we just did. These are the actions we just did converted to VBA code. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do to keep things lean and mean, I'm going to take that code, Control X to cut. I'll recommend probably copying, Control C rather than cutting, because if you cut, you could lose it off the clipboard and then end up never getting it back again. But I've been very disciplined about copying it straight in there. Then I'm just going to remove module 1. Is that necessary? No, it's not, but it just keeps things lean and mean. I don't want to export it. It keeps things lean and mean, doesn't it? It means we only have 2 modules in the VBA editor. That's less superfluous stuff we're not going to use, and just keeps us focused on what's really creating value, which is stuff in these 2 modules. Right. So we can now review the code that we've recorded here. I think I'm going to have to go full screen here. Okay, so you can see all of the code. So I'm looking through the code now. The first thing I do with recorded code is, do I actually need all of this code? You know, I don't think so. So we can see the first 3 lines of code here. You might recall a few minutes ago, I was just clicking around the spreadsheet, you know, selecting the Greyhound sheet, selecting some ranges. We don't need the code to do that when we run the process, so we can just delete that. We can also delete the annotations that Excel gives us at the top there. Range M5 select, you know, that's not necessary. But the rest is necessary, I think. ActiveSheet.pageSetup.print area. Okay, like viewing this is the code to view the page break review, so we don't need to do that. We can get rid of that. But I think we do want to set up the print area, and then we do want to save it as PDF. So all of this stuff, I would just leave it. You know, it seems to work. We don't need to go through and understand each of those arguments. Although this one might be useful, this one's quite intuitive. This one would automatically open the PDF after it's generated, and that might happen by default on your system. The one I'm interested in is this one here. Now, why is this one interesting? Well, let's go ahead. Let's understand why it's interesting. I'm just going to run this code again. I'm just going to hit play, and we'll see, hopefully, what the problem is. Did we see it? Okay. Yeah, we didn't see the problem there. But what it has done is, I can see in Windows Explorer, what it has done is it's just overwritten the previous file, because I've tried to save a file with the same name. So it's just overwritten the previous file. So clearly that's not what we want, because we want 4 separate files with that PDF analysis. So each file containing 1 sheet, effectively 1 worksheet from the spreadsheet. So 1 set of fixtures corresponding to a particular opposition there. So this is potentially problematic for us. So what's this line of code doing? Well, it's saving the file to a particular location and then under a particular name. So let's just draw that distinction. This is the file name, and then this here is the file location. And it does say in the briefing that Luna wishes to be able to save the file to a particular location on the PC. And then I don't think it mentions anything in particular about the name of the file, but we need to make that something meaningful, don't we? For example, the team name, and then maybe something else as well, to ensure that that name is distinctive and we don't save over another file. Right. So the way to do this is we're going to take this value here and we're just going to put it into the spreadsheet somewhere that's accessible for the user. And okay, so over here, I'm going to just put it in, Control V. Let's see what it looks like. Let's take this file. Let's take this cell rather, Control Alt VT. I'm just going to take the formats there. And then I'm going to go Alt HOI here to auto size that column. And then here we're going to say PDF file save location. Location with an N, of course. There you go. So what we've given the user the option to do there is to control where the file is going to be saved on their system. Another way to get this file address kind of location So I've just got Windows Explorer up here. If you just click at the top of Windows Explorer and copy that, that's exactly what I just took out of the VBA editor. So if you're thinking, I want the PDFs to save to this folder, how do I get that path? That's how to do it. Go into Windows Explorer, click in the address bar at the top here, and then you can just copy the address in. Okay, so we're giving the user control, giving the user control over where these PDFs go. So that's one job. Another job would be the file name. So that's currently, test PDF save one .pdf there. Right, we're going to think about that in a second because I want to integrate this into our main functionality module and start thinking about how does this actually fit into our process here. So I'm just going to drop it. I'm going to drop it at the bottom. And I'm going to call it now create PDF. So just a slightly more informative, action-oriented name there. Create PDF, and then I'm going to get rid of this indentation, not necessary, but just good practice really for completeness. Let's go ahead and get rid of that indentation. Right. So create PDF. So we need control over this line of code. So how could we achieve this? We want to get the value we now have in the spreadsheet, which is this value here. We want to get that into the VBA editor. How to do that? And then we also somehow want to generate a file name. I'm thinking about different ways to do this. Okay. Okay, so what's the best way to do this? Let's create a place to store this information, which means, of course, means a variable in Excel VBA. So I'm going to say save name as string here. And this is going to join together the file path and file name for saving the PDF. There we go. And as I've said several times in this demonstration, I haven't been commenting the code, putting the annotations in. I usually do. I recommend you do that just for brevity. I've not been doing that, but now it's getting more complex. I am putting some comments in. I annotated this whole routine to make it clearer to me. Right, so thinking about save name. Okay, so if we say save name equals, so the value we're looking for is, okay, we're looking at this cell here. So once again, I'll consider naming this cell. Yeah, let's call it G, something like G save path. So something informative like that. So this is the shorthand way to create a named range using this name box in the top left. Just going to hit enter, G save path, Alt MN on the Windows PC. It's going to give me the name manager, and I can see G save path in there. And can you see how we've got print areas here now? Okay, interesting. So there must have been a print area, maybe from when I was preparing. There must be a print area here on the template sheet, and that's all automatically been carried over onto the other sheet. So that could be helpful for us. So maybe we don't need to configure that in the VBA editor, but it's good to know how to do that anyway. Right, so save name equals, I'm going to say this workbook. So it's the generator sheet, and then can I remember the name of the named range I just created? It was G save path, was it? G save path. Let's go and check that. I'm using the Windows key, by the way. Windows key right, Windows key left. That's allowing me to split the view across the screen there. G save path. I think that's okay. Now this column, I'm just going to make it narrower. This column, that's going to allow me to scroll across a little bit easier. Okay, so again, that's just really for display purposes. Okay, G save path. Right, so let's see what happens here. I'm going to just click across to one of these sheets. Okay, hitting the F8 key here. So save name. Yeah, we've got that path into the save name variable, but we need a little bit more than that, don't we? Because on the end here, we've got the name of the file. So what would be a sensible file name? Might want to stop the video and have a think about that. What would be a sensible file name, and how might we get it? Well, maybe the easiest way is just to take the name of the worksheet, because the name of the worksheet is the name of the team. So, could we do that? I think that would work well. I've just thought of another assumption, actually, that we should make, a little aside here. We don't want to ask Excel to make worksheets with the same name. So we're going to assume here that no team is played twice in the same month. Although we could avoid that by potentially, rather than just saying this, the team name, we could say the team name and home or away as the sheet name. That would avoid that problem. So yeah, that might be something you want to get into. I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes here. Right, so save name equals save name. So this looks very curious, this construct. Save name equals save name and something else. So this is how you add something onto the end of a string variable. It equals itself and, using the ampersand, the and sign, something else. So what's it going to equal? Well, we're assuming we're on the worksheet, the team worksheet there that has the analysis on, active sheet.name, and we need that / as well, which is over here on my keyboard. I believe that's the /. I think that's it. Shall we see? Right, I'm just going to step through this routine, hit the F8 key here. So save name, yeah, save name is so long that it's not going to display by just hovering the cursor over there. So let's just say message box, see if we can get it flashing up. We don't want to create the PDF, so I'm going to hit the F8 key here. Okay, okay, so we've got, right, so we don't need to put that slash in. There we go, so there's the importance of testing. Don't need to put that slash in. Let's confirm this, hitting the F8 key. And there we go, looks okay. So there's our path, and there's our file name at the end. Do we need to say .pdf? Probably do. Not sure about that. Maybe that will automatically go on at the end because it is a PDF. We'll see. That's the kind of thing that, you know, we'll work out with testing. So we do have PDF on the end there. Okay. So now once again, as we did previously, we've got to just substitute in our variable for some hard-coded value here. So where it says file name equals, you can just delete this and say, being very careful with the syntax here, save name. So that variable name there. And then once again, we've got the space and the underscore. I've used that numerous times in this demonstration to allow me to continue a code on the next line. To allow me to continue a line of code on the next line. You can see the macro recorder did that automatically for us. So, okay. A bit curious about this. You know, this is new to me. I'm wondering, do we need that PDF there? Well, it's something I've done quite a few times before, but I think because I recycle the code, it's not something I haven't, you know, gone back and kind of recorded it and gone through it like this for a while. So what would happen if we just played this now with the active sheet? We should save it, and let's see what happens. Can play this routine. Now just off your screen, yeah. So in Windows Explorer on my other screen here, we have generated a PDF. It's called greyhound.pdf, and it does have the right data in. So that seems okay to me. Okay, so that create PDF macro. I'm now thinking we've got to integrate it into the main process. So where should it go? Well, this is really where the magic is happening, isn't it? It's find this fixture, find fixture in data file. So this is transferring the data in. So not there, but maybe next generator cell here. As this generator cell loop is looping through the teams inputted on the generator sheet. So before we go to the next team, excuse me, it is a hay fever season. Before we go to the next team, we just want to and create that PDF. So this is the beginning of this loop. You can see I'm benefiting from indentation here as well. The start and the end of the construct, it's indented on the same level, helping me understand here. So if I now say call create PDF, is this going to make the magic happen? What do we think? So what we're aiming for, I'm just going to clear these PDFs out. And what we're aiming for is PDFs to appear in there. And I've actually created this folder called reports. So I'm going to improve this. I'm going to go into the reports folder and then copy this path in. So demonstrating a bit the dynamic quality that we've created here. Copy this path in here just as text. And that should save the reports to our little reports folder there. Okay, great. So let's do a test. What's our hypothesis? Well, hopefully everything should happen as before, all the good stuff, and we should have 4 PDFs appearing in Windows Explorer. Right, Control S, save the file. As usual, create reports, run the report process. Yes, please. Yep. Okay. So what's happened? Not what I expected. I've just got one PDF in here. Let's see what's on this PDF. Yeah, we've just got one. Okay, maybe it's to do with the active sheet, actually, this. Reports Beagle. And the name of the file is Reports Beagle. That's a bit strange. Right, let's get rid of that. So it wasn't quite working as expected. That looks okay. Beagle. Okay. Right, so I want to see what happens when we get to this routine. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Remember, we're calling this routine here. So I just want to see what's the status, what's the workbook looking like, and what's the active sheet as well. So I'm going to hit create reports here. So yes, run the report process, and we've come into our, yes, I see what the problem is here now. Right. Okay, because we can see that the active sheet is the last sheet in the file, of course. Yeah. So that idea of using the active sheet, that concept's probably not going to work. So could we? So how else could we refer to the sheet here? Well, we've got this generator cell variable. So I'm wondering if we could do this. If we promote this variable to module level, and we've done this several times already in the demonstration, now it's at module level, it will hold its value so that other routines can use that value. In this generator cell variable, it's looping through the team names. So we can use it to refer to the sheets because the sheet names are the same as the team names, of course. This is my plan anyway. Let's see what happens. So we can say sheets generator cell, which is a variable, so it doesn't need the speech marks, of course. And let's copy this in here as well. So substituting for active sheet.name is going to be sheets generator cell.name. And then once again, see, I'm not sure if this works. This active sheet syntax I know works, and we have the option, as we saw at the beginning, we have the option when we generate the PDF to save the active sheet. Can we save another sheet to a PDF? I'm not sure. So the solution might be to actually just click onto this sheet to make it the active sheet, and then everything should work. We'll see. Control S, save the file. Now I'm just going to run this from the button. Okay, there we go. Right. Okay. Okay, so we couldn't do that. Right. Right, I'm going to try to undo. I'm undoing this code now. I'm hitting Control Z to undo this code. Okay, and I think it was active sheet, wasn't it? Active sheet.page setup.print area. There we go. Okay, so I think another way would be to just activate the sheet that we want to make into a PDF. So sheets generator cell. Activate here. Okay, let's give that a go. Okay. Control S, save the file. Again, I'll try to run the whole process. If it's problematic, we'll get the breakpoint in and try to break it down, understand what's going on. Okay, still got the type mismatch there. Activate, of course. Activate. There we go. You're probably screaming at your laptop there. Chris, what are you doing? Any other silly mistakes? Can't see any. Okay. Generate cell Greyhound. I think we have to say dot select. So I think you activate files and select sheets. Let's say this workbook to make it absolutely clear. Okay. This is what it's like, guys. We're in the trenches now, doing testing with Excel VBA. Once again, do we get another error? Can we get a better error? We got another error. This workbook sheet's generated Greyhound. So are you saying there's not a sheet called Greyhound in the file? It should be. Maybe we have to do this. Maybe this isn't the active workbook at the moment. So we have to say this workbook.activate first. Let's give that a go, because perhaps the data source file is the active workbook. Activate, of course. Activate. There we go. Right. Okay. One more time. It's definitely a sheet called Greyhound there. Okay. Right, let's keep going. Okay. Why isn't it like this? Greyhound. There's definitely a sheet called Greyhound in the file. So why would you not select that worksheet then? So what if I just hard code this? Then we can see if it's a problem with the variable. Okay, well, live VBA testing, and I will keep this in the demonstration, of course, so you can see how I work through it when there's a problem. See, it's working there. But now we should have the Greyhound sheet saved as a PDF 4 times. Let's have a look. And one thing we need, no, we don't. Quite sure what happened there, to be honest. Okay. Right. So we have one report saved. So that's not what we were looking for. Okay. Active sheet. Right. Strange. I'm really interested in why this line of code doesn't work. Generator cell. Generator cell as range. Okay. Yeah, there's other possible ways to do it. We could use the sheet index number, for example, but this really should work because there's a sheet called Greyhound. It is the active workbook. Select. Should it be activate? Right. Let's try again. That's a really tricky one. Not sure why that won't work, but we'll try to resolve it, guys, in the course of the next few minutes. Greyhound. Dot select. Let's try this. So I'm going to create a variable. Let's try this. Sheet to print. Now this is now using a string variable. You see that could be the problem because generator cell is an object variable. I wouldn't think that's a problem though. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, let's run this again. Create reports. Yes. Okay, we're into our routine here. Generate size Greyhound, hitting the F8 key. So we've got that into our string variable called sheet to print. This workbook is active anyway. That did work. Interesting. Okay, let's just play the routine and let's see what we get in terms of an output now. Okay, fine. So in terms of the output, we do have 4 reports, but they have gone into the wrong folder. I wanted them to go into this reports folder. Nothing in this reports folder, so I'm not sure why they're there. Then clearly the name of the report is not great either. It says reports first. So let's try to deal with those two. Firstly, the location. So why is that happening? gsave path. Let's go and see the value there. So I can find gsave path. It's this value here. Things you're only doing VBA/reports. That seems to make sense, but reports it seems to be putting into the name. Okay, so once again, let's go into here. I'm going to stop it here this time. I'm going to try to understand what's going on with this file path and save name. Save name equals, yeah, it's a bit annoying because we won't be able to see the, okay, now there's something I should use more often, which is called, I believe it's called the watch window. Can I add a watch to save name? Okay. Okay, there we go. Value, so I can see the value here. And I still can't quite see the value. There we go, we can see the value there. It's reports, okay, F8 again. So now it needs that additional slash, doesn't it? We can see from using the watch window, and hopefully you understood very, very quickly how I got the watch window going there. So we do need the / again, which I originally put in. So no, not that. So this should be Same name. Should be here, I believe. Another unsigned there. Okay, so we don't need the watch window anymore, but that was useful. Yeah, so the watch window, as you can see, just displayed, you can type a variable name in there and it will show what the value in the variable is. I use that very rarely. In fact, people always tell me I should use it more. I tend to use message boxes for that kind of thing. But that facility is also available to us in the VBA editor. So what's going to happen now? I'm going to go ahead, clear the reports previously created here. And let's go again, Control S, save the file. Any silly mistakes in this code? Don't think so. So let's go ahead, create reports, run the report process, yes. Okay. Okay, we're finished. And then in reports, what have we got? Beautiful, okay. So we do seem to have solved that one. So in reports, got our reports here. So let's see. So we've got Beagle coming in. So let's just check that's the actual data on the Beagle worksheet. Yeah, 36, 1 and 19. 36, 1 and 19, nice. And then another one, let's check. Poodle, strong team, of course, in the DFL. We can see 12, 15 and 33 for Poodle. Yep, and that does seem to be the case. Okay, so we seem to have got that. A little bit of confusion along the way. But that's what it's like, guys, VBA development. And the critical thing is not that you get lost. You're going to get lost. I still get lost all the time, yeah? The critical thing is that you've got the meta skill to deal with getting lost. Intelligence is knowing what to do. When you don't know what to do, what do you do? Just get into that debugging mode, putting the breakpoint in, stepping through the code, viewing the windows side by side, even using the watch window there. All of those things allow me to understand what's going on and hopefully to solve it. So yeah, I managed to get through my coding session, not frustrated, managed to conclude that. This particular one I had to record 4 or 5 times as well because there were various distractions going on. So managed to get through it there. Right, so we're creating our PDFs. Just one final point about these PDFs, and this is something I would do in a real project. A problem might be if you run these reports in quick succession, you might end up overwriting these reports, yeah? Because you'll be asking the PDF to save to the same name. I think that would create an overwrite. It would either overwrite or create an error, neither of which is particularly desirable. So what I would do in a real world project, for the name, I would generate a unique identifier afterwards, yeah, to make sure the file name is unique. Now that unique identifier I generate from the date and the time. It's a bit like what you can see displayed on your screen there. I generate from the date and the time, and that guarantees the file name is going to be unique, and that means you won't accidentally overwrite files or get those errors there. Now I do that using a combination of worksheet formulae and the VBA editor. We're not going to go into that in this demonstration, you know, for purposes of brevity, but that's just an additional note for you there. Right, so we've managed to save the PDF to a location of Luna's choosing. And finally, a notification email should be sent to relevant staff when the process is complete and the file ready for viewing. A mechanism to log and easily include, exclude staff is required. Okay, we'll look at that in the next video. And then we'll look at how to finish off this task. You know, there's a couple of things I would like to put in. One thing is a notification when the VBA routine is finished. Even when the VBA code was running, I wasn't sure if it was finished or not. So making sure the VBA code is finished, and then maybe testing a few different teams as well. So that's what we'll do over the course of the next couple of sessions. See you then. So let's deal with this email functionality. Yes, using Excel VBA, we can interact with other programs in the Office suite. So PowerPoint, Access, Word, we can all interact with, and we can interact with Outlook, and we can actually send emails. And this is something I've done on a few projects now, but one major project comes to mind, and this process is being used daily, multiple times, dozens of times, maybe hundreds of times, saving a huge amount of time in terms of setting up, populating, and sending emails. Now, the code is here. It's here in the programmer module at the moment. And why is it in the programmer module? Because it's code I've dropped into the file, but it's not yet functional. It's not yet integrated into the main process. I'm doing experimentation and tweaking with it. And what source of code is this from? Remember, we've got the three sources of code. You've got organic code, and we did some recorded code in the last video. This is recycled code because I've actually taken this code from that major project, dropped it into this file. So I'm recycling it. I'm using code that I know works and I can adapt it to this purpose. Now, just a few points about using Outlook. Firstly, this will only work with Outlook, so it won't work with Gmail or any other email provider. I understand there are ways to get VBA to do stuff through Gmail. I don't have any expertise in that area. That's a bit out of scope for me. But if you have access to Excel and Word, you probably have access to Outlook too. So you might have to set it up on your system. But there's many, many professionals out there using Outlook day to day. So with that said, let's grab this routine. I'm going to say Control C, just hit Control C on the keyboard. And I'm going to go ahead and integrate it into our main functionality module. So you can see we've got different roles for different modules, just helps keep everything in order. And it's currently called email code. Now we'll have a problem, and then you've got to look out for this when you're copying code around the VBA editor. We've got an ambiguous macro name. I think you'll get an error somewhere along those lines anyway. In other words, we've got the same macro repeated twice. So let's change this to send email here. And that means we've got the macro integrated into the main module. So the next question is, at what point do we want to send this email in the process? Well, after creating the PDF, probably, I think would work well. There's different ways to do this, but just know I'm benefiting from this modulated approach. Having lots of smaller macros, I'm able to understand things a bit better here. But I know this seems to have become the main macro, and this macro, for example, is creating the PDF. So the question is, what would we want to do with this email? Yes, you might want to send individual emails after creating each PDF. You know, that's possible. That might suit your situation, but we're just going to send a single email once those files are created and they're saved. I'm just saving the file locally in the scenario. Luna's going to save the file to a shared drive, and she's going to automate that. You can see that in the previous demonstration, what we were doing a few minutes ago. So send email. So I can go call send email here. Okay, good. So we've integrated this routine into the main process, again following this principle of modulation, so having a smaller routine and calling it from that larger master containing routine, if you like. Right, send email. Let's go back to our requirements quickly. So a notification email should be sent to relevant staff. A mechanism to log and easily exclude staff is required. So I did a little bit of preparation just in between takes. And you can see in our main file here, in the master file, I've created a little email area here. Now, this clearly needs a bit of reorganization, doesn't it? This is often happens when you're doing VBA development. You know, you're bolting things on. So this is suboptimal. Maybe we'll talk about that, further along in the demonstration. We would want to optimize this. For example, the assumptions, could we put those on a different worksheet? The team list we've already mentioned, we'd put those on a different worksheet. If we have more worksheets in the file, Would that have implications for those sheet index numbers we're using? So I'm just flagging that up as, something I'm thinking about. I wouldn't want to hand this over to a client like this. I'd want it to be better organized in terms of having an interface and probably a clearer role for each sheet. But we've got this area here. I've just set it up with some simple formatting, and you can see I've entered some emails there. So what's the concept? What's the logic here? Well, how about we loop through this area here, and then if the email is turned on, is active, then there's going to be a Y in this cell, a Y or a no. If there's an N, then the email doesn't want to be sent. That was one of the functions that we wanted to fulfill. So a mechanism to easily include, exclude staff. That's what we're covering there. So we'd loop through each cell, and then if the cell to the right, so what technique would that be in VBA? If the cell to the right is a yes, then we want to go ahead and do that send email routine. So as always, talking it through. I spend a lot of time literally talking things through. Poor Luna is often next to me. She's got a little dog bed next to my desk here. She's like, what on earth is he on about? Because I spend a lot of time talking things through, making that concept absolutely clear. That makes the technical stuff easier. Okay, so send email. Yeah, let's go into the send email routine. And firstly, we want to loop through this range. So this range, it's got some important information in there. It's kind of mission critical. It's essential for the functionality. So it would be a good idea to give it a name. That just provides a bit of insurance. If rows and columns are inserted into the spreadsheet, it's more likely that this routine will continue to work if there's a named range there. But clearly, that's something you're going to have to explain to the client. And as I've said many times in this demonstration, I think if you communicate that clearly to a customer and they can see the value of what you're doing, they're quite happy to behave themselves and not insert rows and columns. So to a certain extent, you can assume the structure is going to be fixed. But for this kind of important mechanism, I'd recommend putting a name in. So I'm going to say G emails. So following the naming convention that we've established through this demonstration, the capital G standing for generator. So the first letter of the named range is the same as the letter of the sheet that it's on. That just helps us organize the named ranges a bit better. Alt-M-N on the Windows PC, you'll be able to view all of those named ranges there. Cool. So we've got our G emails, and this is a nice task. It's a nice task to kind of finish off with, because we're going to bring together a lot of the stuff we've done. Firstly, we want to do something to each cell, each object in a collection. What does that mean? Let's go ahead and create a for each loop here. So I'm going to say dim email cell here. In fact, let's go ahead and do a do until loop here. Now, the best way to do this task would be using a for each loop, for each object in a collection. I just want to demonstrate a do until loop because there's three types of loop in Excel VBA. There's the for each loop, the for next loop. We've seen both of those. A do until loop is the third loop type. Do you absolutely need it? No. But if you've been following this demonstration for 5 hours, you're developing a good toolkit. So it's just interesting to have this in your toolkit. It creates a few more options. Okay, how to control this? Right, there's various ways we could control this. So I'm going to use a counting variable. So the syntax is going to feel a bit like a for next loop because we're going to have the concept of kind of counting through, but we're going to see there's different ways we can control this loop. And that's why it's good to know about do until loop. So I'm going to say dim counter as integer, and this counter variable, so it's a whole number variable, I'm going to use to count down this email range effectively. Okay, let's bring it into our screenshot there. So I'm going to allocate a value to the counter variable, and then we're going to increment the value of the variable up by 1 every time we work through an email until we get to a certain point when we want to exit the loop. This is the concept. So let's see if we can do it. So I'm going to say do until counter equals 4. Let's try this. and then loop. Okay, so once again, thinking about our blueprints, loops are complicated. What's the fundamental structure here? What are the pieces of syntax that are in all loops? So we have for each object in a collection. So with a do until loop, we have do until a certain condition is met, and then we have loop at the bottom. So I kind of like that syntax. The fact it says loop, I think is pretty cool. And we have different kinds of exit conditions as well. You could say loop until counter equals 4. And you could have this down at the bottom, for example. In fact, let's go ahead and try that. That just gives you a slightly different emphasis there. It will give you a slightly different function. And you can say do at the top, I believe. Yeah, Excel seems to like that. So we can say do and then loop until. Now, how does the control work here? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to say counter equals counter plus 1 here. Now, if we didn't have this line of code in, what would happen? You've got to be careful with this. We would have an interminable loop because we'd never get to counter equals 4. So the idea of incrementing up the variable by 1, that moves us towards the satisfaction, if you like, of this exit condition. So it progresses through the loop towards an endpoint. That means we're not going to be in an endless loop. So the fundamental idea is a bit like a for next loop, and we're kind of manually controlling that counting function that in a for next loop is kind of done for us. Now, if you don't know what the for next loop is, look in the timestamps below this video. You'll be able to see for next there. You can go and check it out. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to say message box counter here. So once again, using message box as a testing mechanism here. So what are we expecting to happen? Control S, save the file. I'm a bit worried about being stuck in an endless loop. So I'm going to just step through this. You could play this F5. I'm going to step through it with F8. So message box. So it's flashing up the value of the variable there. Now just take a second to note this. Hopefully you've got this already, but because we don't have speech marks around counter, Excel will display the value in the variable, the counter variable we've previously declared, of course. So we're going through the loop for the first time. Is our exit condition satisfied? Well, no, because counter currently equals 2. So F8 again, the value of counter is now 2. And now, okay, so what happened there? Okay, I accidentally played the routine. So I'm hitting the F8 key now, through the routine for the 3rd time, and then F8 again will take us to this line of code. You can also go to debug and step into or step through if you don't want to use the keyboard. So counter now equals 4. So what we're going to see is we're going to exit that loop. This is the idea of a do until loop. So you might say, well, Chris, it's just like a for next loop. I don't see the specific value that it provides. That would be a very good observation because we're not doing anything particularly fancy here, but because we've got this condition that we can use to get out of the loop, it could be any condition here. It could be do until a certain variable is a certain value. Do until a total that you're aggregating up equals a certain value. Who knows? It could be do until there's a certain number of sheets in the file. It could be anything you can articulate logically in Excel. That's why it gives us more options. But, no need to stress about it. I think with a for each loop, you can get 80% of jobs done in Excel. With a for next loop as well, you can get 95% of jobs done in Excel with do until. It's just like that last 5% where you've got a really sophisticated logic you need to articulate. So it's just a good thing to know. Right, so it might be overkill for this job, but what would we want it to do? So we've got this counter counting from 1 to 4 here. So what would we want to do? Well, how about we create an anchor cell here and then move away from, so what technique is that? Move away from that anchor cell by the value of the counter variable. How about that? Let's create an anchor cell once again, a named range here. I'm going to say G email start. So once again, an informative name for the named range and observing our named range naming convention, of course. And we're going to say, let's create a place to store the email address. So I'm going to say email address as string here. So why don't we work through this table using the do until loop and then just try to store the email into the variable there, incorporating another technique that we've seen many times in this demonstration. So email address equals, so position control, moving away from somewhere, that means offset, of course. Now with offset, we need an anchor, and that was the purpose of creating this named range. We've now got an anchor cell. We can move away from that anchor cell by a number of rows. And when you combine offset with variables, as we've already seen 2 or 3 times in this demonstration, absolute magic happens in Excel. Let's get to it. Email address equals I'm just going to go ahead actually and let's say with here. Workbook.sheets and then generator here. And then end with. So that with end with might save us a bit of code. If we're going to write a couple of lines of code here, we might end up repeating this reference. It's going to save us a bit of code and it's going to help the macro to run more efficiently because it's doing a bit less work. Email address equals, right, so what's our anchor cell? So dot range G email start. We can see that displayed in the top left. And then this is where the magic should happen. That's our anchor point in dot offset. Just going to put the space and underscore in here. You don't have to do that. That's just to keep it all in your screenshot. Dot offset. So it's going to be counter and 0 here. So offset rows and then columns. The first value is the number of rows down. Positive number goes down. Negative number goes up. Second number is the number of columns across. Positive number goes to the right. Negative number goes to the left as you're viewing it there. Right. So what's going to happen now? Well, could we just bring the message box back for a quick test? So once again, message box, variable name. So what are we expecting to happen now? Well, hopefully we're going to work through these cells and these emails are going to pop up one by one. Control S saved a file. I'm just going to go all in on this one, hit the F5 key, run the routine, lunar@flatcoatretrieverfc.com. This isn't a real web domain, by the way, as far as I know. It would be funny if it was. Rex and Pooch, and then we're out of the loop. So it seems to be working well. So as always, you know, what I really want you to take from this demonstration is it's not about sending emails to dogs. It's not about the Doggy Football League. It's not even about creating reports in PDFs. It's about how to build and test and refine code for your situation. Yeah. Now, this application is similar to many situations I've seen over the years and projects I've worked on over the years. But more important than that is this kind of skill, building things up step by step, being able to test, being able to gradually build confidence. If you can do those, you can do anything with VBA, anything you can articulate logically, you can do with VBA, and the power of the projects we've created over the years. This is just really scratching the surface. Good. So we've got email address in there. Right. So at this point, we'd want to integrate this email send code. We'd want to integrate somewhere into this routine here. In fact, we could even say send email. We could change this slightly. I'm going to change this to get email address. I'm going to say get email actually, and I'm going to change that in this routine here because we're not actually sending the email in that routine. We're just getting get email, getting the email address there. We're only getting the email address here, and then I'm going to create another routine. So following that principle of modulation called send email. Okay, and then this code, it's been moved around a lot, this code, hasn't it? Control X, we're going to put it in this routine. And now here, we can say call send email. So once again, interaction between routines. Now we're going to go to send email here. Right. So what information do we want to go into the email? Well, we want the email address to go in, and then according to your situation, you can BCC people, This is where the email address is going to go in. You can change the email body, you can change the email subject, and you can attach files as well. On the projects we work on, this is what we do. We write very, very detailed emails in an automated way, in a dynamic and automated way. We've got email lists of people who should be included and not included. The amount of time it's saved for this company is, I know I keep talking about it, but it really is remarkable. People don't understand what the true impact is often. Right, so this has given us a little problem because this email address variable, what do we want to do with it? Well, we're getting a value into the variable. That's great, but we need to do more than that. We're going to need to pass the value into this routine. Specifically, we're going to put the variable here, email address, and that should allow us to set up the email with the email address ready to go, ready to send to that person. But what's the problem here? Well, this variable has to be promoted to a module level variable now because we're using the variable in multiple routines. If we keep it at routine level, then it will lose its value once we're out of this routine. So I'm going to go Control X here, all the way to the top of the module. And there we go, email address. So we now should be able to pass that between routines there. Okay, good. So I don't have Outlook set up on this system, so I'm not going to actually go through the process of sending the email. But you've got the code here, and I'd love it. If you've been following this demonstration so far, then firstly, congratulations. Absolutely tremendous effort to have followed this over 4 or 5 hours, and I really hope we've managed to create some value for you, and hope you're excited about VBA. See if you can send me an email, yeah? I mean, yeah, do I want to encourage people to do this? I'm not sure, but it would be great to hear from you. See if you can send me an automated email with your impressions of this series, info@tigersolutions.co.uk, info@tigersolutions.co.uk. That's if you're using Outlook, of course. Just see if you can do that. But for the purposes of testing here, and the way to do it, of course, is you'd have to get rid of all the comments here, get rid of all the inverted commas. That would reactivate these lines of code, and then test it as usual. Go through it step by step, see if you can understand what's happening here. But so yeah, I'm not going to actually go through the process of sending the email, but as I said, this code is tried and tested. So it should work. If it doesn't, it might require some tweaking for your system. That's where you're getting into the meta skills. Do you need to go online and investigate the issue? I'm just going to say message box. Email will send to, and email address. Here we go. So it's nice to just put this testing line of code in the next routine just to see that we're getting into that next routine. So what are we expecting to happen now? Well, I'm going to go back to our original routine with our do until loop, hit the F5 key. Email will be sent to luna@flatcoatretrieverfc.com. Email will be sent to rex@flatcoatretrieverfc.com. Email will be sent to pooch@flatcoatretriever.com. So we can see, and you can do that with the F8 key, step through the code, of course, to make it absolutely clear. But the code was working through this routine, getting to our call send email line of code there, and then going into this routine. Pretty cool. Okay, so we're getting there with the emails. Now I can see one more requirement here, a mechanism to easily include, exclude staff. And I think this is our final requirement. So a mechanism to easily include, exclude staff. Well, it's inclusion and exclusion. So conceptually, where is this going? Well, it feels like a condition, doesn't it? Because we want to say, yes, we want to include, no, we don't want to include, as we looked at the beginning. So what does that mean? Well, there's a logical test. If we're saying include, include it. If we're saying disclude, exclude it, disclude, exclude, then exclude it. So what does that mean? It's a condition, it's a logical test. It means some kind of if statements. And at this point, I'd recommend going back through the file and just reviewing those if statements. So we've looked at the simple one-line if statement. Let's go ahead and find one, a simple one-line if statement. There you go. So a simple one-line if statement. So this is a condition. followed by what to do if the condition is met. Then the next level of sophistication is an if, then, end if statement. So if you want to include multiple instructions, if that condition is met. And then we have if, else, and end if. If, else, and end if. Now, did we do this at some point? I thought we did, but I can't find it at the moment. I'm going to hit Control F here. Control F to search the module. Okay, we didn't get to if, else, and end if. Well, we can't do everything in 5 hours. So if, else, and end if would allow you to point the code in one of two directions. Let's go ahead and demonstrate it quickly here. So so the logic is if the cell, remember we're looping through these cells using our do until loop. The logic is if the cell to the right is yes, we want to send the email. If the cell to the right is no, then we don't want to send the email. So how to do this? Well, I can kind of recycle this code. So remember, this line of code is referring to the actual email cell here. So remember, with offset, it's rows, then columns. Currently, we're moving 0 columns across. That's putting us on the email address, the cell currently selected in the spreadsheet. So if I just go 1 here, it's going to move us 1 column across. So if the value in that cell is yes, then call send email. Now let's just suppose, for the purposes of demonstrating an if, else, end if statement, let's just go ahead and say, well, Luna wants to be absolutely sure if she's excluded someone. She just wants a little reminder to pop up that that person is excluded. So let's do that. Let's say message box, email address, which is the variable name, of course, and is excluded. Just to underline the fact, this person isn't getting this email. Is that a bit contrived? Well, dogs aren't actually analysts in real life, so the whole thing's a bit contrived, I suppose. But it's just to demonstrate this if, else, end if. So if the condition is met, we're going to go here. If the person is included, we're going to go here. If the condition isn't met, then we're going to have a little message box flash up. So if there's an N in this cell, anything else apart from a Y, we're going to go to this this command here. So yeah, just to summarize a bit about conditional statements, a simple one-line conditional statement, and then an if and end if with multiple commands. They're the first two things to learn, and then the if, else, and end if. That will cover a lot of stuff. Now, the final thing that we won't cover is a select case. Select case. So if, else, end if allows the code to go in one of two directions, but what if you want the code to go in one of multiple directions? Then I really recommend select case. We've covered it many times on the YouTube channel, and that's what you need to get into if you want more sophisticated conditionality there. Right, so what are we expecting to happen now? Well, email will be sent to Luna and it won't be sent to poor Rex or Pooch. Let's include Rex and then Pooch will be excluded. So we're expecting the message box to flash up to that effect. Right. So let's go ahead, run this routine, F5. Email will send to Luna. Email will send to Rex, yes. And email won't send to Pooch. There we go. Seems to be working okay. And that's our if, else, end if statement. Now, just for completeness here, I'm going to go Alt-AVV on these cells. So what would we want to do here? Well, these cells are being referenced in the VBA code. So that input is important to the code. So what would we want to do? We'd want to control what can be inputted to this cell. So as we saw before, just a shorthand way to create a drop-down menu is just to hit yes or no there. Now I seem to have disappeared from the demonstration. Oh, I'm back in the demonstration. There we go. Okay, so we can change this to yes or no. So if we include Pooch now, let's run this routine, hit the F5 key. Rex is excluded and Pooch is included at the end there. Good. Okay, so this is integrated into the main routine. So we've done a small scale test, in a safe space, if you like, in a controlled area, just by running it from this smaller routine. Now, is it going to work if we integrate it into a larger routine? And are there any other final jobs to do? For example, I mentioned at the end of the last edit that we'd want some kind of message box to flash up just to tell people what's happened. Okay, so Control S, save the file. Let's run it from the spreadsheet. So we're expecting these message boxes to flash up. These message boxes are kind of substituting for that actual email send. So let's go ahead and hit create reports. That's fine. Okay, data file not found. Right, that's because I don't think the data file is open on my system. So I'm benefiting there from that validation process, checking that the conditions are there for the process to work, and an informative message box. So it's not just saying the process won't work, it's saying the reason why the process won't work. So I can go into Windows Explorer here, just off your screen, open the DFL source data file, so the name as inputted just here. And we can see it. Did you notice in the VBA editor there, we can see sheets and another file popping up here. So we have to just be aware of that. So when we're in the VBA editor, make sure you're working in the right file. As I said right at the beginning, I generally recommend just having one file open when you're working with VBA. But in this case, we're working with multiple files, so we have to have multiple files open. Right, process is running. What's happening here? Hopefully creating those PDFs. Okay, email send 1, email send 2, email send 3. There we go. Nice. So what's that, 10 seconds? 10 or 15 seconds. So I think this task might take you 10 minutes to go into those files, find the data, copy it in, make it into PDF and email it. How many people across the world are doing that every day? So I think we've reduced a 10-minute task to about 10 seconds, and we can make it even better. Let's just put a simple message box at the end here, saying message box. I'm just going to say task complete for brevity here. And I'm just going to say 0 and complete, just for brevity here. But you can do something more informative than that. Could you tell the user exactly what's happened? Just like reassure them about what's happened. So for example, if this was a client project, I'd have those things itemized in the message box. So data transfer from source data file for these fixtures, PDF created and saved, and email sent. So be very specific about what's happened. I'd recommend that kind of message box to really maximize the experience, optimize the experience for your user, because it doesn't matter how good we are at the technical side of the coding. If the user isn't comfortable and if the user doesn't feel empowered by what you're doing, by the VBA you've created, it doesn't matter. And I think that explains a lot of people's frustration with VBA. They have the technical skill. You can see from this demonstration, I'm not the smoothest coder at all. I get many emails and comments every day saying, oh, you could have done this 1% better. You could have done this 2% better. Doesn't matter to me. The technical skills have to be solid. And then after that, the differentiator is actually soft skills. So to what extent can you consider the user's perspective? What's it like to use this? It's quite intimidating having buttons. It's intimidating having code running. So can you reassure them with really good communication? That's one of the soft skills that's going to guarantee that your technical skills have impact. And often in the Excel content creator world, we view that the wrong way around. We think the technical skills are the main thing. Actually, the technical skills are limited by something softer. Good, so I just want to see that message box flash up. There's a couple more things. I'm wondering if we can just optimize this a little bit. So we're going to go for, when we get into this routine, I'm going to go for application screen updating equals false here. Okay, so what does that do? Well, you notice when we ran it, we just had some screen flickering. Now, because we've got multiple files open and we're creating PDFs and things like that, I think there's always going to be a degree of screen flickering here. But this line of code will just reduce that. It means that Excel won't try to display what's going on when the code is running. Now, if you set it to false, you've got to remember to set it to true at the end of the routine. You've also got to remember if the routine aborts halfway through, if you get an error or something, then screen updating will still be off. And that might create some very slight unnatural behavior, but it's just something to bear in mind. If you're changing the general state of Excel and other things you can do. For example, I don't think we need it today, but something to bear in mind, you can switch off calculation. That will help VBA code to run faster because Excel isn't calculating it every time a change is made to the spreadsheet. But again, that's a real change of state for Excel. You know, if somebody's using a spreadsheet normally and they don't realize it's in manual calculation, that could create some really strange behavior. So it's our responsibility as programmers to control that as closely as we can. But we don't need to switch off calculation. I don't think you could do that if you wanted to. And there's a couple of other things you could do to optimize things a bit. Right, so let's see what happens now. Going to go back to the generator sheet. You know what else would be good to do? Just select the generator sheet. So I'm going to say this workbook.activate to ensure we get back to this workbook before I try to select the sheet, and then sheets generator. I've got a problem with the G key on my keyboard, by the way. .select. So that takes us back to the starting point. So once again, it's just going to make it 1% easier for the user. They don't have to click back onto that sheet. All those little 1%ers, they're going to add up to make your VBA-based solution feel really, really smooth. Right, create reports. Let's go. Yes, please. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, 16,000. I've got to click through the message boxes here. There we go. Okay. There we go. Task complete. So let's do that one more time. I'm just going to click through the message boxes here. 2, 3, about 10 seconds. I think we could, split the difference there. I think that's around 10 seconds for that task. Good. I'm pretty happy with that. Right. So I want to do a final test here. A final test. So let's go ahead and select some different teams here. Let's select Jack Russell, King Charles, Labrador. Let's go Bichon Frise here. So 4 new teams. So what I'm expecting to happen is to have 4 PDFs with historic results for these teams, and then let's check them against data file. That's an example of a test you'd want to do to build your confidence, to check that it's all working. You definitely want to change some of those inputs. Are the outputs accurate? That's what we're going to see. So task complete in around 10 seconds. Amazing. So I'm going to go into my reports folder here. Okay, and I can see we've got multiple reports here now. So let's just take one team. Let's take Jack Russell at home. So Flatcoat Retriever are at home, and Jack Russell are away. What do we got here in the report? Let me send you your screenshot. Right, so match days 33, 36, and 16. Let's go to the source data file, which is just here. Okay, so 2021 season, Flatcoat Retriever were at home to Jack Russell on match day 16. It's a bit of filtering here. Flatcoat Retriever, home to Jack Russell. Yeah, filtering. It's not something I do a huge amount, in part because I have access to VBA. So it does take a long time. I'm not very good at it because I just don't practice it that much. Match day 16, and it's 3-0 there. Yeah, good. A possible alternative, assuming you're on Excel 365, an alternative to doing this filtering would be to use the filter formula. Use the filter formula. You'll be able to just change the values and bring that filtered data through. So 2022, match day 36, Flatcoat Retriever 3-1. 2022, so we can just change this to Jack Russell, isn't it? Get rid of Poodle. Jack Russell, so we're expecting a 3-1 victory there. Okay, so I would go on. I'd go on to do more testing there, just to really make sure, I'm absolutely confident. Yeah, and I'll just go for test along those lines. I'll test what I call corner cases. So what if you don't have values inputted, for example? That's something you could check at the beginning. You could check that values are properly inputted. You could include that in the validation checks, like we check that the source data file is open. That kind of thing. You know, you can't make it 100% robust. If someone wants to break a VBA file, they can. They usually can anyway. But you can get it to a level where your user is really happy working with it. That's the idea. And as I said, once they see the impact, the value, the time, the way it makes them feel, frees them up to do other stuff, then go home 30 minutes earlier, who knows? Once they see the value, they're very happy to work within certain parameters, as long as you communicate, another soft skill, as long as you communicate what those parameters are. And on real world projects, yes, we have the technical stuff, but it's more about project management. It's more about project management than computer programming. With our customers, we do lots of screen recordings early in the project, explain to them how it works. Try to be very positive about feedback, good or bad. There's constant communication going on, so the user is able to get a feel for the file, appreciate early the value it might create, and gradually build confidence through the project. This is the idea. Okay, guys, thanks so much for watching. If you made it to the end, that's absolutely superb effort. You must let me know how you got on. Leave me a comment below, or even better, send me an automated email via Excel VBA, and in the description below I'll put a load of our links. You can learn VBA with us in 20 minutes. You can learn VBA in 15 hours. That's the series I would recommend. Our 30 for 30 series would be a good one to go on to next. And then there's 3 or 4 example projects we have on the channel. So lots more to look at on the channel. As I said, I'll put the best links in the video description, but I would recommend our membership program. If you like this kind of thing, you know, on YouTube, it's quite rare for me to do a long session like this on YouTube. You know, I don't do hour-long sessions, you know, for various reasons. You know, that it's just not the best thing to do on YouTube generally. But in our membership program, we have 2 1-hour sessions a month. We have about 30 to 40 people working with Excel, professionals, trying to automate processes with VBA. We've got a great community there. You get help from me, get help from other people in the community. It's called Members Monday because those live sessions are on Monday, 5 p.m. UK time. But there's all kinds of benefits. You get access to an exclusive library of content. So at the time of filming, there's about 120 hours of content, real world projects I've been working on, projects the members have been sending in. So if this has just really got you curious about VBA, you're excited about VBA, you'll absolutely love our Members Monday, totally unique Members Monday program. The link for that is also in the video description. So thanks so much for watching, guys. I'll see you in another video on the channel.